Yeah.
Okay, and because once you're up, I'll let you move. Don't.
I need to put it
Yeah,
like even
shake.
seagulls.
Yes, there's a lot windy.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry.
oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. Cheers. 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, latest Scottish Grass Court Championships sponsored by K-Foam Ladies Singles Final. To the left of the chair, Mia Wainwright, and to the right of the chair, Heidi Kerncook. The match will be comprised of the best of 3 tiebreak set. Also, Steve, sorry. One minute. Sorry. Could you please down, please? It's so shaky, I can't. Shoes. Yeah, I'm gonna just drop things now. You got everything you need? Yeah, thank you. Just check. seconds. Just fine. End of warm up. Yeah, when right to serve. Ready? Play. Out. Left 40. Fault. Game, Kern. First game. Block 15. Left 30. Out. 15-40. Four. Block 15. Out. 15 all. 30 all. Ready. Game Wainwright. Wainwright leads by 2-1. Fifteen love. Out. 15 all. Fault. 15-30. fault. Out. Game right leads by 3 games to 1 per set. Love 15. Love 30. Kernken. It leads by 3 games to 2. Time. Out. Love 15. 15-30. All. One. 30-40. Out. Game Wainwright. 2. Ball. Love. Fault. 30 love. Love. Game Wainwright. Wainwright leads by 5-2. First set. Ball change. Thank you. Oh,
Yep.
it's a bit.
This from yesterday.
Cheers. Thank you. Time. New balls. 15 love. Net. Second serve. Fault. 15-0. Yes. 15-30. Fault. Out. 30-0. Nice. 40-40. Fault. Out. Day. Advantage. Game and first set. By 6-2. Second, Wainwright to serve. It had the line. 15 love. Fifteen 30. Forty 30. Deuce. Advantage Wainwright. Deuce. Advantage Wainwright. main right. First game, second set. Love 15. All. 30 love. Fault. Game Wainwright. Wainwright leads by 2-1. Second set. Time. Good. Could you get the single second? It's out of line again. The other side is a little bit out of line. Thank you. Out. Love 15. Thirty. Net. First serve. love. 30 love. 40. From here, it looked like it had the line. Game win. Out. Love 15. Out. Love 30. left foot. 15 for 40. Out. Right. Advantage Wainwright. Advantage, Wayne. 5 games. 15 love. Love. 40 love. Game, set, and match Wainwright by 2 sets. This is what
thing. I'll set this up.
Perfect.
You unmute it and you need to go.
Yeah. And welcome today to everyone tuning in for today's final between Giffnock's Callum McGinn and Western's Hamish Stewart. They're just beginning to warm up now. Alwyn Roy in the chair. Alwyn, a really top level umpire, having umpired matches between Andy Murray and Roger Federer. So real experienced head in the chair today. She'll be assisted by a lines team. Match today is best of 3 sets to 6 with normal deuce. New balls will be used every 7 and then 9 games to follow after that. Hamish comes into this match having not dropped a set yet, en route to the final. Well, Callum McGinn faced his first real test yesterday against Adam Clooney, who took him all the way to 3 sets. Congratulations must be given to Mia Wainwright, who earlier secured the ladies singles title with a win over Heidi Kern-Kann 6-2, 6-1. I'm hopeful that I'll be joined in the commentary team by Cameron Fryer shortly. He's making his way down to play the final of the men's doubles that will follow this, in which he'll play against Hamish Stewart. He also played against Hamish Stewart yesterday in the singles semi-final and gave a very strong performance, leading 4-1 in the second set, but unfortunately letting that slip away. But his insight will be great to have for this match, because he has trained and played against both of these players in competitive matches, so he'll have a lot of insight to provide on how this match might play out when he arrives. Perfect. Boys just finishing their warm-up. One of the quirks of finals day. Obviously not many players left around the venue, and the two players actually did an informal warm-up on court 4 prior to this. So these guys have already been hitting for about 20 or 30 minutes prior to coming onto the court. Nobody really on site to warm them up, so they'll be familiar with each other now. They also battled it out in the doubles semi-final yesterday, late at night with a late finish, which Hamish and his partner Callum McGeoch came out on top in 6-3, 6-4, defeating myself and Callum. So these guys have spent a little bit of time on court together over today and yesterday, so they'll be getting familiar. Why don't you just ask me how I think it's going to go or something? I'm just joined by Hallie Pringle, who will later be contesting the ladies' doubles final, having received a walkover in the semi-final and having won her first round and quarter-final matches. How are you today, Hallie?
Yes, good, thank you. Just down watching the singles beforehand.
Looks like it could be an exciting match.
Yes, what's your predictions?
Oh, well, obviously Hamish comes in with a lot more experience than Callum. This will be probably the biggest tournament that Callum's ever played in, a national level Grade 1 event, whereas for Hamish, this will probably be one of the smaller or less significant events of his calendar, as he's out there playing on the pro circuit for most of the year at the challenger level. So, yeah, obviously, quite different perspectives these guys will have on this tournament and what it means to them. Callum will be thinking about the prestige of the event, and Hamish probably thinking more about the prize money that's provided by the event through the K-Foam sponsorship and the support that the event receives, and how that can impact the rest of his year. So, yeah, slightly different perspectives. I think Callum will need to start well, and he has. Good serve to start. Do you think that having played doubles yesterday will help Callum?
Do you think playing doubles against Hamish yesterday will have helped him with tactics and things, knowing what to do against him today?
Yeah, I think that certainly will settle Callum a little bit. This is obviously the best player that he's ever played against in Hamish Stewart. So, yeah, I think having played yesterday will have settled the nerves a little bit. And he's started well here with two solid first serves with the fresh balls. I think one of the big things that you'll have got to feel out yesterday, particularly on the advantage side from the serving standpoint where Hamish returned from last night, you'll start to get a feel for what serves Hamish does and doesn't like.
Yeah.
So I think that will benefit him. And then obviously on the juice side where Callum returned from, he'll probably have a slightly better feel of the Hamish Stewart serve, and he was pretty effective last night in returning that serve. So yeah, I would expect Callum to probably have benefited more from that opportunity than Hamish will have. That backhand just flying a little bit from Hamish with the fresh balls, but quite a mature return from Hamish there, just making Callum play, getting that return in play, neutral, feeling it out. That's a great serve, wasn't it? That first game on the board could be important for Callum, just to steady him a little bit and feel his way into the match. And now the real challenge of playing against Hamish Stewart about to be shown, returning this first serve. Or not returning this first serve. little bit quieter at the club today. Still probably quite a heavy bias towards the support of Callum McGinn. Good point from Callum. Coming forward there, we didn't see a lot of that from him yesterday, and I think that's something he's going to need to do a lot today, is to put Hamish under pressure. Hamish has quite big swings, wants to take quite big cuts at the ball, and get on top with the speed. So if he can take that time away and put a bit of pressure on Hamish and not let him swing away on it, he's going to have some chances. So coming forward going to be to his advantage. You want to do 10 minutes until Cameron arrives? Uh, 1-all, 30-40 break point. Callum.
Break points to Callum. If he's going to make inroads in this match, he's got to take this chance. Few and far between against the big serving Stewart.
And there's the break. We early lead for young McGinn. It's an interesting dynamic that obviously Hamish's strongest part of his game is probably the serve, but the return also the strongest part of Callum's game, I would say, from what I've seen this week.
Yeah, it could be an interesting matchup today. Great return down the line from Stewart. Couple of early mistakes off the backhand wing from Stewart. It's maybe something Callum can keep exploiting throughout the set. And again.
Yeah, I think that's something that Callum will have probably picked up from the doubles last night. Was the body serve was quite effective against Stewart, giving him space to swing at the ball, and he's a really effective returner. But there was a little bit of reward to be had in getting either a more neutral return or getting a few errors on the return out of the body serve.
Well-constructed point from Stewart there, putting pressure on the backhand of McGinn. Give himself an easy put away at the net.
Just now been joined by Cam Fryer, who I think is going to jump in and substitute for Mark Openshaw. Thanks, Mark, for coming in on this one. Cam, you're just joining us here. Callum McGinn leads 2-0.
Early break. Okay.
Early break, and it's currently 30-all on his own serve.
It's a really nice slice. That's alright. What's the story of the match been so far?
Really effective service game from Callum in the first one. Not a lot of returns made from Hamish. Won a couple of points the same way in this service game. Hamish finding his feet in the rallies, though, managing to win the points when it's gone into a rally, and then maybe a little bit of a nervy service game from Stewart to start. So giving Callum the break.
I feel like it's really, really important for Callum to get a good start before Hamish finds his rhythm on the serve. Once he finds that rhythm, you're always battling in the rally, and it just feels like the service games get away from you really quickly. Good serve.
the break back.
Just arrived, but what I've seen so far is great rallies. Callum giving Hamish a different look from what I was giving him yesterday in the semi-final. A lot more pace, maybe a more steady rally ball than me, but
Yeah, I do wonder if that's the way through Hamish, though. I think Hamish is going to have played guys who play that style of tennis that are, 100, 200, 300 in the world,
yes.
with a nice, good ball striker. Is Callum, as a 17-year-old, going to be able to play to that to a high enough level for a long enough time to really challenge Stuart?
If you go off his week he's had so far, then maybe he can. The hometown hero going all the way, beating the first seed in the final. Would that not be a story for Giffnock Tennis Club?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think everybody down watching would absolutely love to see a Callum McGinn win here. As much as Hamish Stewart is a great guy and well liked around here. He obviously comes here usually once a season to play us in the leagues. Makes an appearance when he can at the Giffnock Open and is always polite, respectful, and generally well liked by everybody around Giffnock Tennis Club. But yeah, I think the young home favourite will need to lean on that support.
Absolutely.
Whatever style of tennis he wants to play to get through this match.
Couldn't be more. Couldn't be a bigger fan of both of the guys as people as well as tennis players. I think they're great at supporting tennis in Scotland and having a good attitude and training when I've trained with both of them, which is what you want.
You've trained with both of these guys. How does practicing with a Callum compare with a Hamish? What's the difference between those guys in practice?
I feel like the work ethic from both of them is pretty much exactly the same. They both just want to get better, which is good. Hamish is probably a bit more experienced and mature and knows what he wants to get from his training. But Callum will work that out. He's only 17, as you said, so plenty of time for that. Training with Callum is awesome though, because I've never seen a 17-year-old have such natural talent. Technically, I think his technique is just perfect.
Yeah, he swings the racket very nicely off both sides and on the serve. Looks like a tennis player. Looks like a high-level tennis player. And I think as he matures into his body, I think he'll develop further. I think when you look out there, you really are looking at
just that he's still a boy.
It's a man versus a boy out there, and
David versus Goliath.
Yeah, a little bit. Callum probably not much over 5'8", 5'9", and Hamish probably sitting at maybe 6'4", 6'5". So quite a difference in physicality, both in height but also in terms of build. Callum still very much a teenage boy, and Hamish felt like a professional men's tennis player.
I think it's very important for Callum to at least make the return on the first point of Hamish's service games every time, even if he's not doing an effective return, but just making Hamish play that ball. I think from my experience playing Hamish yesterday, once he goes 15-love up in the game, then he's got that confidence behind his serve, and you're never really going to break from that point in the game.
Yeah, shoulders relax, and he really swings freely after that, doesn't he?
And he can hit every spot from every part of the court on both sides, so it's really tough to read, and it obviously doesn't help that he's serving 130 mile an hour as well. Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. I think getting returns in play early in the game, getting to 15-all situations is going to be important for Callum. And
if your opponent finds a first serve at 15-30 and unreturnable, then I think that's just too good.
Game checking the sideline there.
Finding the line there, yeah.
These are the situations that open up. If you do get that first point, Callum will be feeling a little bit of pressure now at love 15. If he was at 15-love,
important that he finds a first serve here. Really nice serve. Hamish thinking that one was just long, maybe. Alwyn disagreeing.
He's looking for the mark, isn't he? Courts obviously mark a little bit here, especially at the speed that these guys are serving. Do leave a mark, but we're not playing to the marks. It's not a clay court. It's not considered a marking surface. But Hamish having a look to see if he could see anything there.
I think today the umpires have been doing a fantastic job, because there's 4 of them, isn't there? So they're each covering a line.
Yeah, it's a much better setup than the two. Obviously watched the semi-finals yesterday, and really challenging for the umpiring and the officiating team really to manage with that. But now that they've got all 4 on the one court, I would expect that the calling will be a little bit more accurate. Although the guys did a great job across the matches yesterday, and only a handful of kind of close decisions that could have been right, could have been wrong. So
From my experience from playing yesterday, though, I think the players are all just accepting of the fact that if the umpire does get one wrong and you both agree, then you just play a let, simple as, unless the ball is unreturnable. Then
yeah, it was interesting. I noticed the difference between your match with Hamish, in which he did that, but in Adam and Clooney's match and in Heidi's match with Summer on this court, both just played the entire match to the call of the umpire, and went with the call, which potentially cost Heidi Kirkan the second set yesterday, as two decisions kind of went against her, followed by a net card, and they kind of just rolled with the punches a little bit.
yeah, me and Hamish had agreed beforehand that if we both agreed, then we were just going to play two, which you don't have to do. If the umpire calls it, it's the umpire's call. You just got to get on with it and move on. But
Yeah,
if you can both agree, then it is fair to play a let.
Yeah, I think if you both go in with that agreement, that's not an uncommon thing that happens when people play with umpires, especially in settings like this where it's quite social. Everybody kind of knows each other. It's a small community, Scottish tennis, and typically from my playing experience in these kind of events, the game's played pretty fairly, I would say. It's played in good spirits.
That is the good thing about Scottish tennis, because all the guys are training in sort of in a similar bubble, that you get to know each other, you form relationships, you're seeing each other most weeks, which you're just forced to build a sort of bond with them and just become friends on the court, off the court, whilst maintaining a sort of competitive attitude towards it.
And have you played Callum again competitively at singles or doubles?
I've played Callum a couple of times, not this year. I played him last year when he was 16, but he's come on a lot since then. I think he's just getting a wee bit stronger, a wee bit more familiar with his game, knowing what he can and can't do. But I quite enjoy playing Callum because he hits the ball so nicely, but I can sort of use my rhythm and change the rhythm and my slices against him, which he doesn't tend to like. But yeah, I mean, I would definitely be worried about seeing him now on the court.
Second serve return missed there at break point for Hamish Stewart. That's a real opportunity, that, because we know how hard it is to return the first serve and how hard it is to break. That's a chance gone begging. You can see in Hamish's face, he's frustrated with that and wanted to do better. Would expect a player of his level to make that return. I'm sure he expects that of himself.
I think this is an important game for the momentum. Callum from 2-love up, now 2-all serving at deuce. I think if Hamish gets this game here, then Callum could be up against it for the rest of the set.
Nice little change of rhythm.
That's the ball. That's straight out of the Cameron Fryer textbook, that, isn't it?
Did you find that you had success with that yesterday against Hamish, changing the pace against him?
Definitely, yeah. Especially when the balls were newer, with the ball change after 7 and 9 games. I felt like I was able to keep the ball low and make him hit up on it, and with a lot of topspin, which then allows me to come in and take control of the rally. But it's important that if you are doing that against Hamish, you're maintaining the aggressiveness behind it and not letting him dictate.
You don't want to become passive against a ball striker like Hamish.
Which I was guilty of doing yesterday, 4-1 in the second set. I kind of got a wee bit of 2 kg and let him swing, which if you're letting a guy have his standard swing, you're in trouble. Just wide with the serve there. I think I'd put my house on Hamish making this return.
He's not going to want to miss 2 second serve returns, and Callum gives him it without even needing a return.
This will be the biggest point of Callum's tournament so far, coming up next.
Is that nerves, or is that second serve something he needs to work on?
Well, I think he needs to work on it, but at this level, I feel like there's no point in him taking pace off the second serve to make it and letting Hamish take control of the rally. I think if he makes the second serve with good pace and Hamish hits a good return, too good, and just accept the fact that he is going to hit some doubles.
I certainly found playing doubles with him over the last week, and that's a great shot. That's sensational.
Sorry, you were saying about playing doubles with Callum?
Yeah, I've certainly found that over the last week, playing doubles with him, that his second serve is definitely an area that he can improve on. We've had a number of service games where he hit maybe 2-3 double faults in a game and created problems. What's great about Callum's game is that his serve is really effective, and that when he does make it, he managed to salvage a lot of those situations by making good first serves. Another unforced error from Callum.
Do you think it's the direction, the speed, consistency, variety he needs to work on, or just all of the
Hard
above?
to say about the variety, because I think a lot of the time on this surface of the second serve, you're using the slice.
Yeah.
It's just so much more effective than the kick.
Especially on the doubles court.
Especially on doubles court, especially against somebody like Hamish, who's going to want to take a cut at it if it sits up. And he's a big guy. You can tie him up in his body a little bit, Hamish.
Yeah.
And some of the guys we played throughout the week kind of similarly. So not too sure on the variety. On the variety front, it's a technically sound serve.
Very technically sound, yeah. Elbow gets into a great position.
I think it's just that feel and the skill of serving.
Let's break Hamish. That could be costly for Callum at that point in the match. Big momentum swing, in my opinion.
Yeah, from 2-love up to 3-love down, 3-2 down, 3 games in a row there.
Hamish is just so confident in his own ability, and even though going 2-love down, no panic. I mean, from playing him yesterday at 4-1, 4-2, 40-love up on my serve, there was absolutely zero panic for him, and he managed to claw that back and win 4 games in a row, which was tough. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Callum deals with that break of serve there, and if he can get right back here. I think the first point in this next game is absolutely necessary for Callum to win.
And that's our other Scottish finalist for today, just arrived on site, Kirsty Robertson, joining us at the tennis club.
Is she hiding?
She's hiding down there with her doubles partner, Hallie Pringle. So
We have 2 University of Stirling pairs, don't we?
We do. We've got an all Stirling pair with Patrick Young and yourself taking on Hamish Stewart and Callum McGeoch. So an all Scottish men's doubles final, and then a Stirling alumni, Kirsty Robertson, will partner ladies first team captain Hallie Pringle in the ladies doubles final against Liana and Heidi, I believe.
What's the format for that? Is it are men's and women's doubles going on at the same time, or?
I'm not sure. They do have the net out currently on court number 3, so I'm not entirely sure of the running order.
I know men's doubles follows men's singles on court 2.
Maybe they're going to use court 4 for the ladies doubles then, perhaps.
Okay, yeah. It was a great ace from Hamish in the first point.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to stifle any belief that Callum has from those first 2 games that he might be able to compete here.
Absolutely, yeah. Second serve chance here for Callum. See if he takes it early. Great return.
You're really seeing that quality return from Callum again. Just saying to Mark earlier, I do believe that's Callum's biggest strength.
Really?
Is his returning
Return,
ability.
yeah.
I think he'll grow into that serve. I think it is effective. I think as he puts on another, 5 kilos of muscle and maybe grows another inch.
Yeah. Here's another serve from Hamish. That's the sort of rhythm he's getting into, which could be a problem for Callum. Especially because he can hit both spots from both sides. Callum will find himself guessing a lot of the time.
Did you feel Hamish had a preference on each side?
I feel like he was, from the deuce side, he was definitely going wide on the bigger points. Whether that was because he was trying to target my weakness or because that's the serve he feels most confident in. But from the ad side, he was mixing it up. He was going body a lot, varying it, which kind of just kept me on my toes and not really finding a rhythm on the return. I did manage to break his serve twice, but I think that was more from mistakes from Hamish, where he was maybe hitting a couple of double faults, or he was missing a few third balls off of just a slice return for myself. A good hold from Hamish there. That's the sort of rhythm that could be a problem for Callum, with 3 aces there.
Yeah, Hamish has massive confidence in that serve once he starts making a few. And kind of almost neutralising Callum's biggest strength, not really allowing him to get a catch on any of those returns.
From what I've seen of Callum this week and all of his wins he's had, and all the wins he's had in his main draw have been amazing wins, even from the first round, from beating Marcus McLaren to beating Ewan McIntosh. Has he won here in the past?
No, not a former champion. I was actually chatting to you a bit about that. He's, obviously a fantastic player in AstroTurf, and I think he's slightly disappointed to not have done better here in the past. It's not been a fruitful venue for him.
Another amazing return from Hamish.
But obviously, Ewan McIntosh, a fantastic player on AstroTurf. I believe a former British #1 under-18 player. A top college player, and Callum, really neutralising one of his biggest strengths in the serve with Callum's amazing return game.
Callum only dropping 4 games on AstroTurf to Ewan McIntosh, which is, in my opinion, the result of the week. That's another great forehand from Callum.
Yeah, certainly. I know Ewan hasn't been playing as much recently as he maybe had a few years ago when he was more focused on his own playing. He's been out on the Futures and Challenger circuit with young Glaswegian Aidan McHugh, who is a good friend of Hamish. He commonly trains with Hamish in Glasgow when he is up here, although is based mostly in London. And McIntosh has been out working with him as his coach on the road, although not doing a great deal of hitting with him. So I know that will have impacted Ewan's ability to perform in that match.
Great slice from Callum. I think he used to do a lot more of that. Give Hamish different looks at the ball, different shapes, different depths, angles. I mean, if Hamish is in a comfort striking zone, then Callum will be in trouble. But if he can keep the rallies like that, not only just on his own serve, but if in Hamish's return games, then that could be a problem for Hamish.
Yeah, and I think as well for Callum, he's showing real maturity in his approach to this match. I can see a real clear distinction in the style he's playing today compared with what he played yesterday against Adam Clooney.
Definitely, yeah.
Yesterday against Adam Clooney, he clearly thought that he could beat him off the ground. He clearly thought that he was going to be better in the rallies, and he proved that to be right. Didn't slice very much, not a lot of variation. Today we have seen him come forward a couple of times already, a little bit more slice. I'd like to see him take more chances to come forward and continue to use those slice skills to kind of throw off the rhythm of the big hitting Stuart.
Another thing I'd like to see a wee bit as well is serve volley, just to make Hamish hit that return into the space rather than deep middle. Counter that, just to give Hamish a different look. And if he's continuing to make returns to feet or past you, then too good. But it's just about making him do that instead of letting him get into a comfort zone of a deep return down the middle. It's another great serve from Callum there.
Yeah, great serve. And I think especially using that body serve to serve and volley could be good for Callum, because it's really on those wider shots where Hamish has space on the swing where he really drills the return. I think on the body return he's been a little bit more content to just make the ball deep down the middle, which could prove for an easier first volley for Callum.
If I could go back and play that match again yesterday, I would definitely have served more to the body, especially in the windy conditions. Make Hamish return past me at the net, as opposed to letting him latch on to the serves out wide and down the tee, which I now understand is his better return. Juice here, really important game. Oh, that's unlucky.
That was clever though. I like they went for that little chip behind. Hamish hadn't read that, but just pushing it a little bit wide.
Definitely the right shot choice. Advantage Hamish, break point. This would be all but set 1 over.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be tough for Callum to turn this set from here. Obviously, new balls are going to come out after this game, but just to get this game on the board and let Hamish know that he's still competing in that winning streak of 4 games for Hamish. It's important just sending the right message and setting the tone for the match.
Another juice point here. It'll be interesting to see where Callum serve. I think definitely going to draw more mistakes out of Hamish's forehand wing, but you're taking the chance because that is his bigger and better shot.
Yeah, I certainly wasn't a huge fan of the serve to the forehand when I was standing at the net behind Callum's serve yesterday.
Yeah.
Felt like a little bit of a crash test dummy at the net. But you're right, he does crack it, but he does crack a few out as well.
Yeah.
So you can extract errors there. Needs to be a quality serve though.
Me and Pat will need to discuss where we're going to be serving to Hamish today. Well, he's playing on the ad court. Not sure what his favourite return is, but very solid off both. We just got to see what side he likes to return and where we can move at the net and make him hit the small part of the court. And if he does that, then too good.
I'd love to give you some advice on that, but Hamish has made the decision to partner Giffnock's own Callum McGeoch. So unfortunately, as a Giffnock coach, player and commentator, I will be remaining out of the tactical debate for your later match. Good point from Hamish.
Very good point. Deep return off a good serve, made Callum hit the drop shot. We've just got Ewan Moore walking in, who is another hell of a player. Dan, you've been around Ewan Moore a long time, haven't you?
Yeah, played under 16s doubles with Ewan Moore over a decade ago now. Know Ewan Moore very well. Great guy, and former finalist here. Actually lost to Hamish Stewart. I believe he might be a former champion. Actually, he might have came back and rectified that defeat. Maybe in 2021. I'd have to look at the trophy to confirm that, but. Yeah, obviously a great player himself, and unfortunately came in carrying a few little niggles into this tournament. He's not been playing a massive amount of tennis. Been working on a construction site, I believe, through the summer, as his back's not quite been up to playing the tennis that he would love to be playing. But great to have him here for the final, and he's just joined Callum McGeoch and Joe Gill on the patio overlooking the court.
Must say this tournament does an amazing job of advertising and getting loads of people down to the final. Another missed return for Hamish there on a break point.
First serve though, it was a good first serve.
Into the body, as you mentioned before,
Yeah,
stopping
body
Hamish
backhand.
taking a proper swipe. The longer this game goes on, you just feel like it's so important for Callum to sneak it.
Just to steady the ship a little bit even.
For the confidence as well, if he's played such a good game, he's probably played about 6 or 7 great points this game, and he might not come away with winning it. That is the quality that Hamish Stewart is bringing.
It's a massive second
Great
serve.
return.
Does Callum need to go as big on that? Is that him starting to think that he needs to overplay, given that Hamish has snuck a couple of good exchanges in this game? Is he forcing it there?
It did look that way, but it's very difficult for a player like Callum, who's had a week as good as he has, to not get caught up in playing against Hamish as opposed to playing against the ball that Hamish is playing. Sort of expecting Hamish to hit an amazing shot as opposed to waiting until he does hit the amazing shot. There's break. That could be all but set over unless Callum can find 2 breaks of serve back, which I think is very unlikely, especially with this ball change coming up.
Yeah, I think it's probably safe to say at this point that Hamish is going to win this set.
Still a long way to go though.
But a lot of tennis left to play, and Callum will hopefully be thinking positively. He's got a hold, he's got a break. He can win both games.
Do we think that Callum is maybe relying on the crowd to spur him on a wee bit right now, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll be disappointed that there's not a bigger crowd. It's a reasonable crowd, and I think they will get behind him if he can get a couple of points on the board and give him something to cheer about a little bit. But
absolutely, 1 point to inspire him.
But yeah, at the moment, the crowd not probably providing the same level of support that he received yesterday against Adam Clooney and indeed earlier in the tournament.
You commentated on that match yesterday. What was your overall opinion of it?
The Clooney and Callum McGinn match. I think Callum picked a good strategy to try and just outstrike Adam Clooney. I thought Adam Clooney probably needed to do something else. I don't think he was going to win the ball striking battle, considering how well Callum's playing, considering these are his home courts. I think he needed to take a different approach. Maybe a little bit unwilling to do that.
Yeah.
Didn't play with enough shape, didn't play with enough slice.
Did you feel like either player was nervous? Maybe this is the biggest match. Yesterday was probably the biggest match of both of their tennis careers so far.
I didn't get the sense of nervousness massively from either of them. They actually played the best tennis probably at the back end of that match.
It's an amazing shot down the line from Hamish.
I think Callum thinking the serve might have been out on that point as well.
So tough to tell with the new balls because of the speed that Hamish is serving at.
But yeah, I thought actually in the biggest moments they probably played their best tennis and dealt well with the kind of situation. But
it's good to see. I mean, I'm not sure, but I think Callum could be on his way to Stirling University next year.
I think he's hopeful that he may get the opportunity to attend Stirling University. He'll be eagerly awaiting his exam results in August to see if he will manage to get a place at Stirling.
This is Hamish just getting into that serving routine again, and unreturnable serves for Callum to try and latch onto.
Whatever Callum winds up doing in the next year, I'm sure that in 12 months' time he'll be an even better tennis player than he is now. So
100%.
An exciting prospect for Scottish tennis, and what a serve to finish the set.
Was that 3 aces in that service game?
Yeah, new balls, just sliding away. Just sliding away from Callum there, and Callum will need to take a moment of pause to reflect on that set here.
Exciting times for Stirling University, with 3 players in the semi-finals yesterday, and Hamish obviously basing himself at Stirling to train. So it's Adam Clooney's obviously just been named as the second team captain for next year, so it'd be nice to see Adam getting a different look at some of the different universities down south and playing against some better players than he has been this year, which will ultimately improve his tennis overall.
Yeah, and just the stats just coming up on your screen there. Really kind of telling the story of the set quite clearly. Callum, winning points, probably winning 2 out of 5 points, not a million miles away. Does need to tip the balance back in his favour, but really probably the receiving points won
That
from
definitely
Hamish
stands out for me.
stands out. Callum only winning 46% of his service points. I think that's down to a low first serve percentage.
I would agree, and the other one that stands out to me is receiving points won for Callum is only 5 out of 19, but however he did manage to sneak a break, which is showing that if he can win that first point of the game, then that just gives Hamish a completely different look at it.
Yeah, only one receiving point won outside of that game in which he broke.
Amazing.
And we'll just bring you back to play.
This first game here is imperative. If Callum goes down a break here, I think Hamish will just really relax into the second set, and I can't see a way back from Callum if that is the case. But
Yeah, needs to keep close on the scoreboard here, create pressure in the back end of the set at 3-all, 4-all, 5-all if he can.
100%.
That's when Hamish is most likely to give him a couple of points on the serve. 5-2 down, there's going to be nothing for free from Hamish.
Absolutely.
Another second serve
here on the first point of the second set. Oh. Cost a double fault, a lot of pressure on this first service game. Dan, have you got much experience with using new balls for ball changes?
A little bit. Played in a couple of ITF Futures events where they've used new balls at 7 and 9 in qualifying. Certainly last year played against last year's top seed from the Giffnock Open in Glasgow at the 25k, Marcus Walters, and I remember the ball change really throwing me off and missing a number of first serves as a result of that ball change, I felt.
I find the challenging thing about the ball change for players like us is that we don't have access to what the professionals do, is in a change of racket every time, so the strings lose tension and you're into that rhythm of hitting the ball the way you have been with the older balls, and then the new balls, even if it's just a fraction, tends to throw you off a little bit. 15-all, second serve here, this is a massive point. Oh, that's
Better luck.
killer.
Better luck.
I think I'm going to leave you at the next change of ends, Dan, and go and hit some balls and get prepared for this doubles final later
It's
on.
absolutely fine. I'm sure you'll be.
I'm sure you will continue to commentate brilliantly on this match.
Yeah, I think the other thing with the ball change is it's almost the only time you ever go straight in and play points with fresh balls.
Yeah.
You know, we've both practiced extensively at the Giffnock Tennis Centre in Stirling, and we'll crack new balls for most sessions, but it's 20-30 minutes at best before we're playing a point of singles with them. You know, and for a match, you've always got that warm up for 5, 6, 7 minutes where you do put a bit of wear on the ball and you just get a bit more purchase it's a different prospect playing with a completely fresh ball and having to serve it in. And these will be very fresh because, you know, unreturned serves primarily in Hamish's service game, so they're pretty much brand new. Some of the balls might still yet to be hit, even though we're kind of 8 points into this set.
Hamish showing a bit of frustration on the last point with missing another second serve return. It's just too heavy from Hamish there, pushing Callum back, creating his first break point of this set. This is the biggest point in the match, in my opinion. If Callum goes down a break here, I'm struggling to see a way back. See if he can find a first serve.
Unforced error.
Hamish changing the pace there with the slice, which is so effective on these courts, especially with the speed these guys are hitting it. It's just a different look and a different sort of lower bounce, especially with the new balls forcing the ball to skid through.
Yeah, and I mean, Callum there, 6 points, 3 first serves made and a double fault. It's telling. It's the first serve that he needs to make. He needs to get that first serve percentage into the 60s, into the 70s, even if that means going body more, even if that means going safer, just to try and get into a more advantageous position to start the point.
Yeah, I completely agree. Not letting Hamish take control of Callum's service games earlier on.
Absolutely. Are you heading off now then?
I'm going to head off now, thanks.
Right,
Dan.
Cam, thanks for joining me and best of luck with today's doubles final. I'm sure you'll have taken a little bit from watching Hamish just now, and hopefully...
Absolutely, I've done my scouting.
Hopefully between that and your match yesterday, you'll have got a good plan of what you got to do.
Cheers, Dan.
Good luck. I'm just been joined by one of the club's young aspiring players, Lewis Ndogai. Lewis Ndogai is one of the top 11 and under players in Britain. Recently represented the west of Scotland at the finals of County Cup, where the team finished up second. He played number 2 singles for the week and posted an unbelievably good record. Lewis, how does it make you feel having tennis at this level on your doorstep and getting to watch players of Callum and Hamish's level compete?
Yeah, it's really cool to watch. I really like watching them and trying to get some tips from them.
And is there anything that you've learned in particular from watching a player of Hamish's calibre this week at the club?
He's a very big hitter. He's very good at tennis, and yeah, he's a very tough competitor.
Yeah, he's been really tough out there today with Callum again. Obviously, he went down an early break against Callum and really showed his class in managing to level the score up and then pulling away in that second set. You obviously get the opportunity as a Giffnock club player to hit with Callum again fairly regularly. Does it inspire you to watch somebody that you've got such a good relationship with out there competing at such a high level, Lewis? How does that make you feel?
Yeah, definitely. It's really cool to see Callum, who I hit with, do really well in these really big tournaments. Yeah, it's really nice to see him play.
What do you think he has to do here to get back into this match? He's obviously trailing a set and a break. He's the less experienced player. What do you think he's going to have to do to find a way to get himself back into this match?
I think he should stay positive and just make Hamish play more. Try and make him play.
Do you think that's good advice for all young players your age as well? Do you think that would help them if they could stay more positive on court and believe in themselves and keep the ball in the court? It's always good, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're excellent at that. You don't miss very much, do you?
No, not much.
Not much, not much. So you played in the Giffnock Open last week, junior event. What have you got coming up the rest of the summer, Lewis? You play more tennis? You got a summer holiday planned?
Yeah.
Oh, what a shot from Callum. Getting his teeth in now, 30-15 up. Really could do with getting this game, getting this point and getting a comfortable hold would be massively beneficial for him now. Yeah, but you're just telling me, what have you got planned for the rest of the summer? You playing more tennis? You taking a break? What's on the cards?
Well, I've got the East Lothian Open on Tuesday, so I'll be away playing that, and then when I come back from that, I'll be training a bit before I play with Flynn McGowan, who also plays at Giffnock in the doubles of Nottingham.
Brilliant. Fantastic. That sounds like a really exciting summer of tennis, and obviously North Berwick will mark the next stop on the TS Open Tour for some of these players. I don't believe Callum or Hamish is playing. I believe Hamish is taking a week of rest after this, and Callum will be joining myself at County Cup for the West of Scotland. We're off to Cheltenham tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, so no rest for the wicked for Callum. He'll be straight in the van and straight down south for more tennis. And a great serve. We need more of that from Callum if he wants to stand any chance of getting more games on the board and getting his teeth into this match. The first serve percentage has to come up. Yeah, some of the players will be returning. I believe Nick Rosenzweig will be the number one seed in the men's singles at North Berwick, and he narrowly lost out to Cameron Fryer, who was just joining me on the mic in the quarter-finals this week. And a hold for Callum.
It's a big game for him.
I couldn't agree more, Lewis. What do you think will be going through Callum's head here? You've obviously played players who maybe on paper are a little bit stronger than you are. You've been trailing in those matches. What are you thinking about when you're sitting down, changing ends, under pressure, and knowing you need your level to come up? What will be going through Callum's head just now?
I think he could be a bit like, he could be feeling quite a lot of emotions right now. He could be saying to himself that he can get back in it. He really needs to believe that, because they're both really good players. Yeah, Hamish is better on paper, but Callum is putting up a really good fight. I think he'll be feeling pretty nervous playing a really highly ranked player like Hamish, who's but I think he could. Ooh, that's a close one.
Lines judge and dodgeball world champion at the back there. Yeah, I totally agree, Lewis. I think there'll be a lot of things going through his head. In some ways, he might be quite nervous. There's lots of people watching. It's his biggest match, but he'll know he's been playing good tennis. He'll know that he's capable of playing a high standard out here, and he'll probably still have a bit of belief that he can turn this round. He's already broke Hamish Stewart once. He's not having much success at the moment in the return games, but he knows that he can piece together a couple of good points, and he could be back in the match. Big serve, that, isn't it?
Yeah, Hamish Hamish has been dominating with his bottom of the serve.
Who's the biggest server you've played against? Any particularly big servers in your age in Scotland that you play against? You go, that's pretty fast.
Cameron, probably. He is a really big serve.
Does he serve well?
Yeah.
And how about your serve? You're a lefty, aren't you? So you quite like that slidey lefty serve? Is that your favourite?
I prefer on the juice side, the tee.
The tee on the juice, swinging it down. Yeah. I'm sure eventually you'll be serving as well as these two guys out here. Maybe even better.
Hopefully.
Double fault from Hamish there. Not in a particularly precarious situation though, because he does lead 40-30 still, but Callum giving it a little shake of the racket, a little bit of belief there in his body language. I think that's something that stood out, and Lewis identified it just a minute ago. You know, he is pretty positive out there.
Yeah.
And we've been saying all week, that's something that Callum's really improved upon in the last year, is his ability to bring a positive attitude to these situations. And another double fault. Little spring in his step there, a little skip. Callum hunting the break. Hamish will be looking to deliver another first serve here of a high quality, looking to get that cheap point. Wonder if he'll perhaps think about going body here just to make the percentage, the chance of it going in a little bit higher. Doesn't go for it, does opt for that serve. I think that's his favourite serve, Hamish. I know Cameron was saying he swings it wide quite a lot, and I think that's due to the surface, but I've got a reasonable amount of experience of having practiced with Hamish over the past number of years, and I've always found that that's a serve he likes to go for and is very, very effective at. Is that the right spelling of your name, yeah?
Yeah.
A little bit of frustration from Hamish there, bouncing the racket. Does sense that Callum is probably getting his teeth into this a little bit and starting to compete. Could be the first comfortable hold of the match for Callum again. Just to give you an idea of the difference between these two players. Hamish obviously currently ranked around 450 in the world, 38 in Britain. Testament to the depth of British tennis. Callum McGinn ranked 180 or so in Britain. So a little bit of a gap between these guys on paper, as we were saying, but not insurmountable for Callum. Lewis and Dogai, who's sitting here co-commentating with me, I believe is ranked around 2,000 in Britain for men's. So a couple of places to climb for Lewis. How long do you think it will take before you're out there playing the main draw of the Giffnock Open?
Quite a lot more years.
More years, a lot more. I think you might surprise us, Lewis. I think you're a capable young tennis player, and I wouldn't be surprised to see you out there in only 3 or 4 years competing against these guys.
It's a good hold for Callum there.
Lewis, you obviously play in these kind of Grade 1 events at your own age group. What's the difference in terms of the setup around the Grade 1 events and everything around it when you compare it with kind of some of the more local Grade 5 events and 4 events that might take place over one day at your club? What's the impact of playing over multiple days, the surrounding event and the organisation? Is it a different feeling being at a tournament like this compared with a one-day Fast 4 event maybe?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like there's a lot more it's a lot more serious. I feel like because there's loads of court supervisors walking around the courts. It's full sets which are more tiring, take longer. The first day you could be feeling like really energetic, but I've had two big matches, but then the next day you're all tired and stuff. I would say it's a lot more harder playing the bigger tournaments after it's like day after day for a few days in a row, just playing match after match.
Yeah, and these guys will be feeling that. Callum obviously played an extra match over Hamish Stewart. He did not receive a bye. Callum again was a wild card entry into this event, whereas Hamish Stewart, being the top seed, was one of 4 players to receive a bye, and showing why he's the top seed with that great 1-2 combo there, massive serve, well blocked back by Callum again, but just rejected by the Hamish Stewart forehand as he puts it back into the same corner for a winner. And Callum will now require a full third set to turn this match around. Have you ever played a full third set, Lewis, at your age? Is that something that happens very often, or is it match tie breaks that you're predominantly playing?
No, it goes to match tie breaks if it is one set all.
And have you ever played a full third set in practice or any event?
No, but like sometimes in training we'll just play like sets to practice it. So not in a tournament, I've not played it, but like in training.
But in practice, you've played 3 sets in a row against the same person. Yeah, brilliant. And would you prefer to play a full third set, or do you prefer the high pressure match tie break?
Yeah, I would definitely prefer to play a third full set. I find the match tie breaks a lot more stressful than just playing another full set. It's a lot more nerve-wracking in match tie breaks because it could just be over in blink of an eye if you just start missing a few, and then the match is over.
I'm sure in this situation, although Callum, loving the third set yesterday, would probably settle for a tie-break against Hamish, where he might only have to play 10, 15, 20 minutes of good tennis to overcome the opponent. With that full third set, he will require to play well for the next hour or longer to find a way through here. Obviously, the less points you play, typically suiting the weaker player. The more tennis you play, the more likely it is to fall in favour of the stronger player. And I think it'd be fair to say here, Hamish Stewart, on paper and on the court at the moment, the much stronger player.
Yeah, this match Hamish has been the better player. He's really been dominating the court, using all good variety of his shots. He's playing very well. Callum's doing well to keep up with him a bit, but Hamish is just playing phenomenally well.
Yeah, and just edging ahead in points won there, Hamish. Hamish having now won 56 points to Callum McGinn's 37. So Callum, as we said, still winning around about 2 out of every 5 points, but that's only producing 4 out of the 14 games that we've played for him. So that's the nature of the scoring format of tennis. Is, Callum will come away from this potentially having won, in the 40% range for points. He will possibly win in the 30% range for games, but might come away with 0% of the sets. unless something changes. And he's still got the positive body language, so that will keep him hunting, will keep him chasing, and will give him a chance to maybe turn this round. Oscar Cook just joining us. Oscar Cook earlier in the week got the opportunity to hit some balls with one of the players, provided a warm-up. Oscar, only 10 years old, Giffnock Open champion in the 10 and unders, is that right? Did you win? Oh, you didn't win. Runner-up? Semi-final? Third place finisher in the Giffnock Open. So used to Oscar picking up titles, I maybe overzealously assumed that he had won this week, as he often is successful at this level in the 10 and under and 11 and under age categories. Oscar, what was it like getting to hit with a really experienced senior player at the British Tour?
It's really good to see the quality and the standard that they play at. It's so good to watch. Even just watching them, you can see how much effort they put in, how competitive they all are, how much they all try. Such good standard this week.
Yeah, and what did you learn particularly from that hit you had? Who was the player, first of all?
A guy named Thomas Horsley.
Tom Horsley. And Tom Horsley qualified, didn't he, and lost in the first round, or did he lose last round qualifying? Last round qualifying. So a real top quality player who won a few matches here in qualifying. What did you learn from getting to hit with Tom Horsley?
How much effort you need to put in every day to just make it as a quality player in training and practice.
And Tom Horsley, obviously at the moment, maybe not forever, a much better player than yourself, Oscar. What was his attitude when he was hitting with you? Was that effort still the same regardless of who he was practicing with?
Definitely.
I think that's something that for any young player that's been down watching, they need to put real value in. Is that effort day in, day out to play regardless of who's on the other side of the net from you, whether that's Hamish Stewart you're hitting with, Novak Djokovic or Oscar Cook. The effort and the attitude is something that stands out from all the top players. And that game surely bringing to an end any chance of Callum McGinn turning this around, now trailing a set and 5-2. Hamish Stewart will get to serve for the match now. Yeah, definitely Lewis. I mean, he's only broke once. It was Hamish's first game of the match, service game of the match. Perhaps a little bit of nerves, perhaps a little bit of settling into the environment.
It did take Hamish 2-3 games to find his rhythm, but then he's just only played better.
Yep, certainly. I couldn't agree more, Lewis. And we're now seeing him probably playing his best tennis. Although Callum did make a little inroad in that last service game, got it to deuce. Hamish managing to get out of trouble with his first serve, hitting two fantastic first serves, but giving himself a 15-love lead and moving him only 3 points away from a second Giffnock Open title. Callum unhappy with the call. Hamish moves within 1 point of joining Ruben Henry, Owen Haddon and Alan McDonald as two-time Giffnock Open champions.
from the championship. Game, set, match.
Well, massive congratulations to Hamish Stewart for his performance there. Callum McGinn putting on a fantastic show, and Owen Roy for officiating the match.
Yeah, it's been a great tournament for both of them.
Looks like I've had a little bit of a problem with the stats, so I'm just taking that down there. But yeah, Hamish becoming a second-time Scottish Grass Courts, first-time Scottish Grass Court Championship and a second-time Giffnock Open champion. The tournament only integrated the Scottish Grass Court Championships a couple of years ago. So that'll be Hamish's first time as a Scottish Grass Court champion. And he joins some esteemed company as a Scottish Grass Court champion. Many of you will know 1989 champion John McEnroe, who defeated Jimmy Connors in the final 7-6, 7-6. And Peter Lundgren, another famous winner of the Scottish Grass Courts the previous year. Other top Brits like Jeremy Bates are on there as well. So some real esteemed company for Hamish to be in as a Scottish Grass Court champion. And not to mention all the fantastic winners of the Giffnock Open as well. Including Jacob Fernley, who recently pushed Novak Djokovic to 4 sets at Wimbledon. So a massive congratulations to Hamish Stewart. A massive well done to Callum McGinn for a great tournament in which he overcame 2 seeded players and put on a fantastic show against Hamish Stewart, testing him in the opening stages of that first set, but unfortunately unable to maintain that form and ultimately losing to the better player. I'd like to thank everybody very much for tuning into this stream, and hopefully we'll have you back on board for the men's doubles final, which will follow shortly after Hamish Stewart has had appropriate rest and partners up with Callum McGeoch to face Patrick Young and Cameron Fryer. Thanks everyone, and thanks from Lewis and Oscar. Hi everyone and welcome back to Giffnock Tennis Club for today's Giffnock Open incorporating the Scottish Grass Courts Championship sponsored by K-Foam. Had some fantastic tennis on show today already. Brilliant ladies singles final which Mia Wainwright won. First time winner Mia Wainwright, overcoming Heidi Kunkan, who came through that epic battle 7-6 in the third yesterday, but looked like she may have fatigued slightly towards the back end of that match and carried that in today. Heidi's back on playing some doubles just now, partnering Liana. They're playing against Stirling University alumni and current Stirling University student pair of Hallie Pringle and Kirsty Robertson. We have another all Stirling University pair on the far side on this court that we're watching just now, Pat Young and Cameron Fryer. They're also a North of Scotland pair and they'll be playing for County Cup next week. On the opposite side of the net, near to the camera, we have Callum McGeoch, another North of Scotland men's county player, who may partner up with some of the players on the far side next week, but this weekend is opposing them. He's partnering our new second time Giffnock Open and first time Scottish Grass Courts champion, Hamish Stewart, who has been formidable this week in both singles and doubles. Really looking forward to this one. Cam Fryer was really able to push Hamish Stewart yesterday in the singles semi-final, so excited to see how he stacks up on a doubles court where he's probably a little bit more comfortable than he is on the singles court against the world-ranked Hamish Stewart and big serving Callum McGeoch. And that's Callum McGinn just coming over to join me. Callum having just lost out in that men's final, so will be feeling a little bit disappointed, but here to give us his thoughts nonetheless. Callum, how was the match? How do you feel?
Yeah, it was good. Tough match. Very good player, Hamish is. I mean, he's 500 in the world for a reason. Very good serve on him. Tough to break. Got a good break at the start of the match. Was on a roll. Got a bit ahead of myself and got broken back. So bottled the 3-love lead in the first set. But overall, I've had a pretty good week here. Good tournament. Beat some really top players, which I'm really happy about. And yeah, I just can't wait for County Week coming up in the next few tournaments.
Yeah, brilliant to hear that, Callum. You obviously had a fantastic week, probably the best week of tennis that you've played so far, I would say. Yeah. Certainly from what I've seen. How does it differ coming here? And I watched you last week at the Scottish Junior Open, playing a kind of national level junior event to playing a national level senior event. What's the real difference in the two events? Obviously you performed probably better this week. What do you think the reason for that is?
I think just last week was obviously a junior event. This week is an open event. It's a bit more mature this week. A lot of very good players. Last week, juniors. It's a lot different. It's a lot different game style. There's not much. There's mostly who can beat the other player from the back of the court. Whereas here, it's a lot of serving volleying, big serving. I mean, there's ATP ranked players, ITF ranked players. I suppose you want to make a good impression, and yeah.
Yeah, I think you've really impressed everybody with your maturity on court this week. Certainly, speaking to Mark on commentary yesterday, a massive step forward in terms of your maturity on court in the last 18 months. One thing that we highlighted as a potential kind of turning point for that was a significant win over Owen Haddon last year, a two-time Giffnock Open champion. How significant do you feel that playing club tennis in that club championship match in particular has been for your development over the last 18 months?
Well, I mean, I feel like from then my tennis has only gone up. You know, I was really happy to beat Owen. He's a club legend, tennis legend, and obviously I'm playing Nikhil in the final. My first 3-set match that was. So, you know, yesterday's match, I got a bit of confidence from that because obviously I played Nikhil on the same court in 3 sets, and yeah, it gave me a bit of confidence going into the match against Adam Clooney yesterday, which ended up winning 3 sets, which I was pretty glad about.
Yeah, it was a really good performance against Adam Clooney yesterday. I think everybody was very impressed with how you played there and how you conducted yourself in that 3rd set. Yeah, you've obviously played a lot of club tennis. Your journey in tennis has been maybe a little bit of a unique one. A lot of the juniors coming into this tournament will be part of pretty serious full-on programs at places like Bolton Arena, Dukes Meadows, some of the top centres across the country. You have a little bit more of a unique program. What can you tell me about your weekly or day-to-day training for your tennis? Like, is there a regular practice schedule? What are you doing? What makes up your week to get you to this kind of level to be able to compete with a Hamish Stewart?
Well, before obviously summer break started, I was up at Stirling Uni, hitting twice a week, getting S&C with David, which is really good. Very good players, you know, top juniors in Scotland. But obviously, I feel like from then I've just been a bit more relaxed about my tennis. You know, I'm playing tennis when I want to and when I don't want to. I feel like that's given me a bit more confidence as well because, you know, at the end of the day when I go on the court, I don't have much to lose. And yeah, I really like it that way because, yeah, as I said, I've just got nothing to lose and I've got not many expectations. I've definitely gotten a lot more confidence about that after this week's performance. Yeah.
Yeah, I think another thing that I've noticed you doing fairly regularly is you're down at the club hitting. You know, it's very much driven by yourself. I've seen you down in the last few weeks hitting with Aidan Moody, with Hugh O'Neill, with myself a little bit, with Nikhil Brigada, with Miles Cook. You know, and there's a wide variety of players in there. You know, you get myself a senior adult tennis player. You get Miles Cook, that's a 16 under junior at the club. Very different levels, very different styles. Do you think that's been of a benefit to you to get that variety that maybe you wouldn't get if you were in that kind of more academy style environment?
For sure, definitely. You know, I wanted to get as much preparation as I could in these courts for this tournament because it's a home tournament. I want to do well. But yeah, I was just looking for a hit off anybody, and you know, all very good players, all good ball strikers. You know, so yeah, it really did help in terms of preparation for this week, and I'm really glad I ended up hitting with them.
And where are you hoping to be in the next 6 months of your tennis? What's on the cards? What are you looking forward to? What are the plans? What you got going on for the next few months at the tail end of summer?
Well, I'm hoping to attend Stirling University. You know, great tennis program there. Great coach Scott McCauley, great players. Obviously these two here, Cameron Fryer, Pat Young. You know, very good quality of tennis. Obviously, it's where everything happens, mostly in Scotland, tennis stuff. So yeah, hopefully we can get there.
That'll be quite a big change for you structure-wise, right? It's a much more structured program there, the university scholarship program.
Yeah.
With a kind of more regimented practice schedule. I know that they're up early, 7, 8 a.m. practices almost every day, these guys. How do you think you'll adapt to that?
I think I'll find it pretty tough at the start, to be honest. But you know, I mean, I want to do the best in my tennis. I want to see what I can get and what I can achieve. So I'll be up for the challenge. And yeah, I'll just take every day by day and hopefully get into routine. And yeah, hopefully it helps my tennis massively.
Fantastic. And have you got any thoughts on this doubles match that's just about to unfold here? Obviously, me and you have played the guys down the far side just yesterday. What do you think Patrick and Cameron can do to neutralise the big serving of McGeoch and Stewart?
I think it's going to be pretty tough, to be honest. Although Pat and Cam are a very good pairing. Play a lot of doubles together. I don't know about Hamish and Callum, but again, both really big guys, big serves. It's a bit wet today as well, so it'll be tough to break, but
yeah, maybe slightly slicker courts today,
yeah.
Which might make it easier for Patrick and Cam to hold. Might mean that they can keep in the set for a little bit longer. They're possibly slightly bigger servers than myself and Callum, friendly listening. So they're maybe going to get a few more holes than we did. We were unfortunately unable to take advantage of the kind of strengths of our game, maybe in returning and making it difficult for the servers by the quality of their serves, but not really getting helped out by the court as much on the serve, and also not quite the same quality of server as these two. So maybe going to be quite a tight one, this, I would think.
Yeah, for sure. I think Pat and Fryer, I think both of them are better at the net than Callum and Hamish, I'd say. I think Cameron's got very good hands.
Yeah, I think we saw some of Patrick's really good work in and around the net against Ewan Moore earlier in the tournament. He's got really soft hands, good at creating angles in the front of the court. So
stuff like that, both massive guys. It's tough to lob both of them. But I think it'll be a very, very good match.
That's an interesting one. That just watching that return there from Cam Fryer, certainly was something I was reflecting on as we were playing last night. Was I wanted to play the chip lob return. It's one of my favoured shots. I think it's great if we can get them neutral and hitting difficult smash, or even pin it back to the baseline like Callum McGeoch's just tried there. But hard to do so off the weight of the serve. So Hamish and Callum have such heavy serves. It's not easy to see on the stream, but it's the spin and the weight of the ball on your racket. It's not just the raw speed, but it's moving sideways as well. It's really hard to actually play those chip lob returns. Do you think that the chip lob is going to be an important part of this match for Cam and Pat, or do you think they should opt for a more ball striking approach like yourself might take?
I think it'll be good to mix it up, bit of both. Yesterday also we were mixing it up a wee bit. Both returning quite well, hitting the returner's partner, and they were struggling a wee bit, but again they mostly just get tight in the net. It's quite tough to place the ball with their big wingspan.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that Hamish and Callum McGeoch are particularly strong volleyers. However, their excellent net positioning means that their volleys are often very, very easy. They're definitely more comfortable at the back of the court striking the ball, but it's very hard to give them a difficult volley due to the nature of their serve and return quality.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think this is going to be very tough for them to break again. I think if they can both hold their serve. I know it's not new balls, is it? So once they start to get a wee bit hard and soft, a bit dead, I think it'll make it a lot more interesting. I think it'll be a lot more longer rallies, you could say, but no, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, at the moment not much going the way of the returners. We're obviously 13 points into the match, and only one of those points going the way of the returning team. How do you think the I formation will play out in there today? Do you think that will be getting used by both pairs? I know we've seen it already from Pat and Cam. We got a little bit of it from Hamish and Callum, particularly on Callum's serve. I think they use that quite regularly. How do you think that will factor in today?
I think it'll be used quite a lot actually. Obviously it's a pretty wet surface today, so the ball's going to skid off the court. But yeah, I think it will be a massive part in the match. It's obviously a lot harder to return. You kind of got to pick a target and see what happens. At the end of the day, you got a 50-50 chance almost. But yeah, I think both players should use it quite a lot.
Yeah, it's certainly hard to get the return out the centre of the court, isn't it, behind these kind of quality of serves in these kind of conditions. So having that I formation, maybe centralising the net player a little bit more. After the match, I was speaking to Hamish, and I think we actually, by his account, struggled to make Callum McGeoch play a single first volley. So really tough when they're playing out of I formation and with an aggressive service partner to find the baseliner. You get a chance to play with Callum McGeoch this season. What do you know about Callum McGeoch's game? What do you learn about that there that might play into today's result?
Obviously, really big serve. His forehand's quite big as well. Tends to miss it a few times. Quite a big swing, but No, really big game.
Yeah, when he connects with that forehand, though, it is punishing for the opponent, isn't
Sure,
it?
yeah, definitely. You know, me and Callum have had a few good wins over the West leagues. Actually defeating Pat Young, who's on the other side of the net, and Scott McCauley, which I'm not going to forget. I don't think both of them are either. And yeah.
And obviously yourself and Callum defeating Pat and Scott. How did Pat do returning in that match against Callum's serve? Was he successful or did he struggle?
Again, it was a pretty wet day that day.
Similar conditions to this, perhaps.
Yeah, for sure. I think they were both struggling to return. I think me and Callum were both serving really well. You know, Pat's weak side to his game is probably his forehand. So jamming up a wee bit into that forehand side is not a bad idea. I think it's going to be used a lot today, actually.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that serve coming out on a regular basis, body forehand and down the tee on this side against Pat. And there's the body forehand serve, and giving Hamish Stewart, the service partner, a great chance at knocking that off, which he unfortunately doesn't take from his standpoint. Some good winners on this trophy, Callum. The gentlemen's doubles here at the Giffnock Open. You'll know some of them very well. Owen Haddon, the most regular appearing name. He is a 6-time champion with various different partners. Do you recognise any of those names there, Callum?
Yeah, I do. Ewan McGinn.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? And is he a good player?
Yeah, he's alright. I mean, not anymore, to be honest. Got a bit.
Not
too
the
big of
level
a
anymore.
too big of a belly now.
Too big of a belly. That's a tough review of his father. I would prefer to say that he's chosen to focus more on his golf in recent times, trying to get down into the single digits.
Yeah. Yeah, he's loving his golf these days.
Pat has got to avoid Hamish there. You need to go find it. There it goes. Okay. Been a really good day today at Giffnock Tennis Club. Putting on a free barbecue for all spectators, members and non-members that have chosen to come down and spectate. A real nice touch to show the value to the supporters as well. It's an event that's for the players, but it's also for the spectators, and it's really put on by Richard Cook and his team for the love of the game and the love of the sport of tennis in Scotland. So a really generous offering to everybody coming down to attend today, and the bar is busy with people enjoying the tennis. 2-2 here. Here's the scoreboards down. I'll try and keep you updated. Jason Drummond, our resident tech expert, has just headed onto court to discuss with the court supervisor, see if we can get it reconnected. And I'll also try to keep you updated with the result on court number 3, where the ladies' doubles is taking place. Looks like Kirsty and Hallie, the home favourites, with Hallie being a Giffnock player, trailing by 5 games to 3. Nice to see that we've got some matching kit on the go from Patrick and Cameron as well. I love that commitment to the match. Only pair to have came in matching kit. That's playing out as expected at the moment. Not a lot of return points won. McGeoch and Stewart, obviously great servers, but they've yet to win a point on return. Maybe they need to start trying to think about that chip lob. They've not used that at all yet. They've tried to hit everyone. I'm not sure that in these greasy conditions against effective servers that's going to be the best way to get into the rallies.
I agree. Cameron and Pat both have good serves as well. And again, like I said earlier on, Callum and Hamish's return is pretty big, but it's a lot different in a doubles court. Obviously got a player at the net, so a lot of court coverage they've got, especially squeezing a lot. But yeah, I think chipping would be a lot more effective and useful if they want to get a shot of breaking.
Well, obviously looking at your dad and Owen's name on that trophy, that's something that they will have used relentlessly, I would imagine, in the return games to try to find breaks. Not the best returners probably at striking it, but excellent at getting the opponent into difficult situations by just chipping it up in the air, giving them difficult smashes and pinning them to the baseline with effective lobs. So that's how they'll have secured the title. We'll see if any of these pairs can manage to do the same today to join them on the trophy. Sitting next to, you don't know Anne. Do you know Anne? What's score your 30, love?
I think so.
It's quite a narrow position McGeoch takes on that I formation. I'm not sure if he'd be better being slightly further to the left. If he is going to cover the juice court as we looked at that point there, he doesn't actually need to come that far across the centre line. He can almost be on the same side of the court as Hamish and still cut off the angle. So maybe a slight positioning adjustment could suit Callum McGeoch there. Well, it doesn't really matter when Hamish is battering down the serves and you're not having to hit any volleys. Ali and Kirsty have just lost the first set there. Very good return from from Hamish Stewart there onto the backhand volley of Patrick Young. Patrick Young shadowing, thinking he maybe should have done something differently there, but I think that was actually just a too effective a return from from Hamish, to be honest. That, however, is a makeable volley and one that Cam Fryer will be disappointed to have missed. And opens the door to problems. Only won 3 points, Hamish and Callum on return. But 3 in a row gives up 3 break points. Serve to take away the first one. I think this was a problem we found yesterday, wasn't it? That, you know, with the quality of Hamish and Callum's serve, they're only really looking for one good game. We had a lot of comfortable holds.
Yeah.
But they're not worth anything when they break on that one time you give them love 40 and they don't give you a sniff for another half hour.
Sure, well we had a chance to break as well. First set, first game, I believe second game was it?
Yeah, early on it was 15-40, wasn't it? At 2 break points.
Yeah. That would help massively if we were able to get that, but unfortunately, Callum hit 2 good serves, and yeah.
These guys have kind of found themselves in a similar position there, and they've had the better of the early chances, but have opened the door to a break here. And Cam Fryer, again, potentially a slightly bigger serve than yourself now, has managed to serve his way out of trouble with 3 first serves in a row there, which I think is obviously imperative that they make first serves out there today. Because you can see the effectiveness of that there. It's just impossible to get the ball past the service partner really with any quality and regularity if you have first serve in. Women's double looks like they've been playing quite a different style to this match. This very serve dominant. Volley are looking to get involved early. Not seen many rallies extend beyond 3 or 4 shots. Very good hands, and that's what we're talking about. The feel and volleying skills of Cam and Pat, very, very good. Probably slightly stronger than Callum and Hamish, but at the kind of tempo this match is being played at, maybe not that relevant when Hamish and Callum's positioning is excellent on top of that net. Yeah, you can just see that on the other court as well there. Heidi Kirkan just drifting out towards the tram line to cover the tram line, but probably doesn't need to do that and could be more aggressive on that court. Looking to take the volley out of the middle. Her partner looks like she's just thrown down a pretty effective first serve, and it'd be good to see the girls' match be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more imposing. They're not obviously the same size. These guys are all above 6 foot and can't cover the court quite in the same way, but you know, there's a lot of good stuff going on out here that would help Kirsty and Hallie if they were a bit more aggressive to kind of get their teeth into this match. An absolute killer. The welfare. I'll point it out to you when she walks through. Yeah, I'm going to put the mic back on, right? 4-all. So this is the situation that we were looking for. We're now in the back end of the set, business end, and this is when it becomes less about the ability to serve the ball and volley well, and more about your ability to stay consistent under a little bit more pressure. If Pat makes first serves here, he will hold serve. However, he's already missed a first.
Called out?
Thinking. No. Long. Scoreboard says long. And that's what I'm talking about. There's no doubt that Pat is a great server, but is he a great server at 4-all, knowing the context that if he loses this service game, that the chance of them breaking is not going to be brilliant. And that's found the line. That's not Pat Young's strength, that shot, so he's done well to be brave and back himself. absolutely. We're back on mic. Door opening up here, 15-30 second serve. Got to go body here if you're serving, I think, don't you? Oh, what a volley, what a move, that's sensational.
That is very good tennis. Very good move from Cameron. I think Cameron's very good. He's a very good player on the net.
Yeah, I partnered your first round opponent, Marcus McLaren, against Cameron Fryer in the final at Montrose the other week. And incredibly hard to avoid Cameron at the net. He's really good at moving, puts himself in the right position almost all the time. A top doubles player.
Brilliant return.
And McGeoch, who's probably not practiced as much as these other three, playing his way into the tournament. This is certainly the best I've seen him return this week. Second serve. It's an underrated return, that straight at the player and eye formation. If you can go straight at them and they pop the volley, it's very hard for them to knock it off from the centre of the court there, and with the limited amount of time they'll have. A really good return from Callum McGeoch, and he's been returning superbly well this game, just unfortunately unable to find the court on his next shot. And Hamish maybe going for a little bit too much there. I think he could have made that return.
5-4, serving to stay in the match, stay in the set, sorry.
Yeah, I think that is the thing, isn't it? It's now serving to stay in the set. It's a different look from serving at 2-all, 3-2, 3-all. Once you're under that kind of pressure and you know the consequence of losing the serve, it's not as easy. The balls will have slowed up as well. We're not using ball change for the doubles, so balls will be at the slowest they've been. I know from our quarter-final match that when it's wet out there, the balls do chew up quite a lot, and it can actually become quite slow almost, even though the courts are skiddy and wet. So maybe a chance here, although he is the best server in the tournament without a shadow of a doubt, Hamish. That's a great point. Really interesting use of the chip lob return there. Challenging the pair on the far side. Hamish having to hit a ground stroke, and then pretty poor lob actually from Cameron Fry, but made up for it immediately with a phenomenal little lob from all the way over on the side of court one, off camera, and then a little volley exchange which Patrick Young finally finished at the net. Opens the door. And all that fantastic tennis just neutralised with one touch of the ball from Hamish Stewart. And I think this is perhaps where doubles at the kind of the higher level struggles for the same interest as singles. Is sometimes it's not that exciting to watch. It's great to play. It's obviously the more popular game for people to play than singles, but to watch, there's a lot of serve and then no return, serve, return volley gets knocked off, and it doesn't always make for the most exciting tennis, but we've had some fantastic points in this game, particularly that first one. But it's now these moments, and it is really about the stories in sport, and this is a real story here if they can find a break from a difficult position. Bit ambitious, maybe wasteful. Probably wouldn't have gone for that if the scoreline was closer, I wouldn't have thought. Maybe doesn't really believe it's an opportunity to break there at 15-40 on Hamish's serve. And that point resembling a game which these guys will commonly practice, 2 up, 2 back. 2 players at the net, 2 at the baseline, 2 at the baseline, trying to jet it through the centre of the 2 players at the net, and the 2 players at the net trying to be a wall and find that error. And they managed to find the error there from the Hamish Stewart forehand. That can also be the difference as well, can't it, Callum? Little bits of luck when they come. Yes, the bits of luck will probably even themselves out over the course of a match or a tournament, but if they come in the bigger moments, that can be the difference.
Yeah, bit of luck yesterday they had in our match. Mostly here, definitely the lines are a little bit raised over the courts. Obviously doesn't help with the big serves that Hamish and Callum have, hitting off the back of the line, front of the line stuff. Makes it even tougher to return.
Yeah, they certainly have to be skillful enough to hit those serves in the big moments and hit the lines, but yeah, unfortunately just clipping and bouncing in difficult spots for us a couple of times on what could have been big moments for us. And now that little net cord that we saw at Love 15 suddenly turns into a 15-30 chance for Hamish and Callum McGeoch. Yes, can come and commentate. Still hopeful that Ant Hardiman, who has worked with some real top doubles players, top up-and-comers like Pat Brady, Joe Pierre Leone, Matthew House, but also some of the game's finest doubles players like Neil Skupski, who has been world #1. And we'll have some real detailed insight into what's unfolding here and what these guys will be experiencing, what they might want to do tactically. Back here at 30 all though, with Callum McGinn sitting co-commentating. His insight also highly valuable as a top West of Scotland Premier League player. He'll be going to County Cup now next week. So interested to continue to hear the thoughts of Callum McGinn on this match, but also looking forward to maybe getting Ant Hardiman in here to give us some insight on what's happening out there as well. Another hold there for Fryer and Young. A little bit of a dicey one. A little bit of a dicey hold. 15-30 they found themselves at. Those are the moments that can change matches. 15-30 points. If you win that 15-30 point, it is the biggest swing chance in winning the game and losing the game. If you win that point and you go 30 all and you're the server, there's about an 80% chance that you'll hold serve. But if you go to 15-40, you're going to get broke around about 50% of the time. So important for these guys to know that and not create too many of those situations for themselves, because it could be costly. Interestingly, looking at the stats, they come up there on your screen before these guys serve. Only 2 points in it at this point, and then just prior to that game at 5-all, completely even on the score, on the total points won. Fryer starting with the lob return again there, which he's starting to rely on a little bit. He's maybe starting to get a bit of feel for it, but didn't get that one quite right. Being met with the smash from Hamish Stewart.
Good move.
And that's why Hamish Stewart's in the top 400 in the world at doubles. Cameron Fryer playing an almost perfect point there, but just one good volley from Hamish Stewart and the point's gone. Although we're saying that Hamish's strength is maybe not his hand skills around the net, they are still of a very high level and can still come up with some exceptional shots like that one there in a key moment to get a 30-15 lead on Callum McGeoch's serve. And I've just received confirmation just there that Ant Hardman will be joining us for the second set of this match, allowing Callum again to go into part from the commentary team and recover from his earlier singles match and his week at the tournament. And that tying it up at 34 points apiece. Only 24% of return points been won by each team. I'd expected that to be a little bit higher, not much higher, but I would have expected higher than the 24% that we're seeing out there just now. What do you think, Callum? Either of them are both at 24%.
Alright.
Sorry, Mike just cut out a little bit there. Callum was just about to tell us about the kind of return percentages that we're seeing here and the way that it's playing out on return.
Yeah, I mean, like you said earlier on before, all four of them got really good serves. It's tough in the conditions, the balls. I'm not very surprised that the receiving percentage is very low. Yeah, I don't think it was ever going to be very high, to be honest. It's tough to return.
Yeah, now in the 23% range though, it is particularly low. What do you think they can do on return to maybe find a little bit more inroads? They're obviously using this both back strategy. Do you think they should stick with that? Do you think they should change it up, give them a different look?
You could do. Just to change things up a wee bit. Getting the server's head a wee bit, you know. Different look at where his opponents are based on the court. Again, doing anything they can just to make the ball. It's tough to receive Hamish and Callum's serve, but at the end of the day, the whole court's at into. Yeah.
Yeah, good insight that, Callum. Utter dribble, but thanks for filling 30 seconds more time. McGeoch now opting for that chip return. He's not done too much of that, Callum. He is more of a ball striker, but gets the reward with it. Maybe he needs to do that more often to try and pull that return percentage up and the return points 1% up along with it. What is there to say about this? 3-all, and it's now a first to 4 point shootout, really. And a return like that could be the difference. It's going to come down to maybe a bit of luck or maybe a bit of skill. Single shot here or there, that'll be the difference between winning and losing this first set tiebreak. Good lead from Fryer. It could have been tempting to hit that with the nerves that he'll be experiencing just now. Pat Young's made some technical changes in his serve, Callum. What do you think of those? Maybe a slight abbreviated action. I hear he was working a little bit with that on that with Serfs player Jen Alexander, one of the East of Scotland coaches, and North Scotland county teammate for these two next week. We'll come back to that in just a second at the tail end of the set. Let's just watch this set point just now. What's it? Just say it's an abbreviated motion, I don't know. Expensive miss. On the Pat Young forehand as well, again, not the strength.
Definitely not.
Not a fantastic smash from Callum McGeoch. That's one of his better shots, that overhead. Very hard to get over him. Fantastic athlete and a really loose arm when he goes for it, but didn't quite catch that one. Hamish Stewart digging him out of trouble there though, knocking a volley straight between the two Stirling University players. Right, and now the real chance. Cam Fryer serving on the juice side. Where are you serving here, Callum?
I'm going slicing to the forehand.
Looks like they're going body backhand from the signal and cross. No, they're changing that. Wide and cross. And it's effective. It's exactly the return that he wanted. So just coming back before Ant Hardiman joins us, what are your thoughts on the developments in that Patrick Young serve? He's obviously made some technical changes. He's not been broken there, and he's been serving really well all week. Do you think that's a benefit, the changes that he's made?
Yeah, definitely. You know, he's put in a lot of work on it. It's quite an abbreviated motion.
Yeah, almost mimicking a little bit the action of Hamish Stewart, a little bit shorter.
Yeah. Also, we've got like Andy Roddick as well, must say.
Yeah, former world number 1 Andy Roddick. Don't believe he's ever played at the Giffnock Open, however. But yeah, copying a little bit of stuff there. Obviously still in that kind of pinpoint stance, bringing his feet together, Pat. A little bit unlike Roddick. Many players doing that these days, especially in the girls' side. You see that almost all the time from the girls, and maybe about half the time from the men, that they'll bring their feet together on the serve, just to try and get a little bit of extra height to manage to get some more miles per hour on that serve. Good set from probably the underdogs in this match, I would say there. How do you think that Hamish and Callum can recover this now?
You know, I think they'll come out here, nothing to lose. Pat and Cameron played a good set of tennis. I think like in the first set, I think Callum and Hamish just need to keep holding their serve. Try and look at breaking Pat and Cam. But yeah, it'll be an interesting set of tennis, I think, here.
Getting to serve first here as well, which maybe changes the pressure dynamic a little bit when you're serving trailing by a game. I think you'll find most of these guys, when they win the toss, they elect to serve, don't they? And that's just because of that little bit of extra pressure. If you can go and get a break and go hold, break, hold in your 3-love, that feels a lot better than maybe going 2-love up and then having them hold serve for a 2-1. The impact can still be the same, but it's just that mental change and that reframing in your head of the situation. And that's Ant Hardiman joining us. Callum, again, thank you very much for joining us, and well done on your week's tennis. Fantastic job. Ant, nice to have you. Nice to have you alongside us here.
Just watched the first set outside in the rain.
Ant's just been sat watching this match with head coach Mark Openshaw outside, and you've been talking with former champion, current champion, at least for the next half hour or so at least, Ewan Moore in the doubles. What does Ewan Moore have to say about this? What's he been saying? What's he been seeing out there?
Yeah, we had a good chat. We were having a good chat about what Ewan's up to himself, actually. Kind of interested in what he's going to do going forward himself. Yeah, it was to be honest, is it Cameron and Pat in the game? I had a little 10 minutes with them before. They just asked me a couple of things before they went on and played. I think Cameron in particular is really, told him to kind of leave his drive return at home today and kind of just really look at the bunt return. I think he tried to establish really early on, kind of throwing a few balls up down the line to really kind of quell the enthusiasm of the net player, and then he's had a little bit of success then being able to get the forehand across the front, which obviously with the bunt return can be a bit testing when you're taking a forehand volley on, with the service partner. But I think they've done a really good job of just even though there's no breaks, they did a good job of making Callum and Hamish play a lot of balls. I said to them, try and make them work for the points, make them play ball 5, which is obviously make them play 3 balls down the other end of the court as often as possible. With big servers, they don't like that. They don't want to have to work, so putting a bit of a squeeze on. But they've been really impressed actually. It was a lot of firepower obviously down the near end right now. But the lads have done a good job.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like on the return it's about trying to create a volume of balls on the court, and then kind of letting the servers maybe create their own problems by making mistakes and giving you second serve chances.
100%. I think that's a big thing in men's doubles. I think that's what I was talking to the boys about, say, Cameron and Pat before they played, was there's almost an acceptance of being on serve in doubles. And as long as you're on serve, everyone feels quite relaxed and they're quite comfortable. You see again, no one likes hitting overheads, especially not with heavy balls in tough conditions. But there's kind of an acceptance in men's doubles of being on serve. We'll just keep swinging, we'll hold on to our own serves that way. And then you see teams go break down, and then all of a sudden you see them returning and playing with a little bit more value. And I told the lads to start off like that.
A lot of value to be placed on this point here at break point in the first game.
Absolutely. That's his go-to serve, isn't it? And you can see Pat was sitting on that there. So it'll be interesting to see what he does now.
Body, across.
Yeah, Pat has a tendency to jump on the return a little bit and kind of rush himself, so hopefully he doesn't on this. Give it a bit too much.
Needed a little bit more frame or a little bit more string, one or the other.
More composure. But again, they're making these lads have to work, and these lads are kind of used to probably a lot of the time, particularly on quick courts like this, you know, only having to turn their arm over 4 or 5 times a game, you know, to hold. So they've done a good job. Yeah. The more you make people start playing first serve returns, the harder they can start trying to hit their first serve. The more they miss,
percentage comes down.
Serves, yeah,
absolutely.
Simple formula. There you go. And I think Cameron in particular has done a really good job putting a lot of returns in play. Not always at the highest quality, but he's still made them work, and they've hustled, they've grinded after that. And, you know.
Yeah, I was just talking with Callum again about that. The chip lob's quite difficult out there with the heavy ball off the heavy serve. Yeah. These guys have a lot of spin, but when you get it right, it really neutralises the point. And another missed return from Pat there. Do you think he's better off going for something a bit more safe there, just driving it through the middle of the net tape maybe?
Just from watching him, we were talking out there, myself and actually you, and we were talking, he has the tendency to jump on the return, even against big savers and the ball skidding through. So maybe got to let it come onto him a little bit more, just keep himself to bit down, and that keeps his options open then. But then again, yeah, maybe shorten things up and put a few more in play. Yeah.
I've seen quite a lot of that as well, on the I formation to start the point. What are your thoughts on that approach to serving?
Yeah, the vast majority of points start out of I now, don't they? Do you know what I mean? It just, you know, even I, it's not quite I the way it was 10, 15 years ago, is it? It's a little bit more, it's almost even Australian now, isn't it? You know, where they just kind of, you're starting in a position where you're covering the middle and you either come back towards your side or you kind of hold your position. Yeah, you know, I think anything that puts a bit of doubt in the returner that's another. You know.
And you just see Hamish after going I and switching there. He crosses the centre line. Would you typically recommend that, or would you expect him to stay more on his own side even when he's switching?
I don't think that was Hamish's issue. I don't think he was expecting Cameron to go back cross. Sorry,
Callum put on Cameron. I mean in general after that, when he's looking for the third ball, should he be more aggressive there?
If he stays if Callum stays back down the line, Hamish in a great position. You know, by staying across. You know, he puts the squeeze then on Pat. The fact that, you know, to be honest. A bit more composure there. That's where you see the fact that Cameron isn't that comfortable on the forehand. That should really be a forehand drive volley, you know, move around that and take a forehand on.
Yeah.
But obviously, you know,
a player of his style, he wants to drive volley.
Yeah, he
on the backhand side.
Yeah. We got one goal there.
Yeah, just watching when Hamish comes out of this, he always kind of goes towards the other side of the centre line. When he's going left on this side.
Oh, so you're saying he's going too far left?
I think he could go just straight forward from there.
And that's all he needs to do. He needs to hold. He's covering the cross-court ball if he just takes one step forwards now.
See how he cuts across there?
Yeah. When it does swing. Now, is the important thing for the lads down, you know, for Cameron and Patrick here, is that still a good game? They've made them work hard.
Made them work,
yeah. They're really making them work. They're making dents in their games. You know, it's you don't want to take that as there's two ways of looking at it. We've had a couple of break points. We should have. No, you're making them work.
And they know if they can put themselves in that position 3 times, they might lose 2 of them, but they'll probably convert a third. And even if they don't, if they can get into a tie break, having put them under pressure all set, it's going to be in their mind.
That's what we said. We were talking about that early on outside when we were watching the tie break outside myself, Mark and Ewan. You know, I fancied these lads in the tie break because for me they were making the other lads play more balls, and that really comes to play. You know, when there's a little bit of tension in the tie break, you make them work a little bit more, and that's exactly what kind of happened. You know, they took a 16 lead and obviously held on to it. It's been an interesting game now. See if they don't. I'd be very impressed with these two lads at the front of the court. Actually, you know, for lads who are so young to be so accomplished at the front of the court. Very little going on with the volley technique. You know what I mean? Just keeping it really simple, really solid. You know, I've been really impressed with these.
And the women's final just coming to a conclusion there, with Heidi and her partner securing the win over Kirsty Robertson and Hallie Pringle in straight sets.
So a bit of pressure on Ben's serve now for the Cameron's serve for the.
I love 30.
First time, First time they just looked a little flat as well on those 2 points. You know, they've had a lot of energy through this match, been really busy.
It's always a big come down, isn't it, from that first set, and then had the chance to break, and then is the energy slipping?
Absolutely.
That's an interesting serve, that, because I believe Patrick gave him the signal for tee there. Tee and then right.
I think if you're going to go against your partner, which you can do, you've got to make sure that you take the racket out of your opponent's hand. if you do go against the signal.
Yeah, because Patrick would obviously adjust his positioning based on that serve, and if he ends up in the wrong spot.
Yeah, so he definitely went for the ace, didn't he? You know, that serve was halfway up the box. So he's changed it up. If he has changed it up, he's made sure it didn't, you know.
Oh, and they're changing again. That's body, and then right. Patrick will move right.
Yeah, and that's they were talking about that serve earlier on, about body on Hamish standing on the outside and maybe going body and forcing him to let us know that, you know, anchors his feet a little bit.
Yeah, certainly
that
was
across the forehand the touch.
That was the return that Callum and I felt last night was the one to go at, and I think when I was commentating the singles earlier was the one to go for as well. He's very good with a bit of space to swing on the ball, but if you tie him up,
hand on it.
Tie him up, and you can get some free points out of that return. Body again.
Yeah, dangerous save to Callum this. No, very good. Executed it really well.
Callum's not a fan of that backhand inside out return. He does catch a couple.
He caught one early on, didn't he, in the first set?
But again, when we played yesterday, that was our feeling was body backhand on Callum, body anywhere on Hamish. Don't give the boys with the long levers and the big arms swing on the ball. That's what they want to do. Tie him up, just like Cameron Fryer's done there.
I mean, that's an excellent game.
And that's a solid game.
Yeah, from love 30, that's 4 excellent points.
Steadied the ship a little bit there.
Yeah, absolutely, because they just look a little flat for me to love 30.
Yeah, now heads down, back to work. And
it's bringing a step now between games, and now that the first game now is a distant memory. I'm not sure of the age of how old Cameron. How old's Cameron?
19 maybe?
19, maybe really impressed with him, to be honest, especially on the doubles court.
Yeah, 19, maybe 20, I think 19 now, yeah.
I think if you look at his confidence and his kind of body language on the doubles court as opposed to, you know, I know he did well in the singles, obviously pushed Hamish a little bit in that, but he's a dynamic doubles player for someone so young already.
Yeah, Cameron really one of the top players in the TS Open Tour. He currently sits atop the leaderboards, and has been using the kind of skills that we're seeing on the doubles court here in his singles, chipping his forehand, coming to the net, putting pressure on, taking time away, and he's obviously a phenomenal athlete as well, which is not really getting the chance to display here in the doubles, but
you can see, but you know, I think you can see makes the court look small. Yeah, it really does.
You can see on some of the real stretching volleys he's had, he is able to push off and be pretty powerful. So really good player, a real top Scottish junior that's came through the last few years, now moving into senior tennis.
Yeah, making them play again. I think he's done a really good job. I told him to park that forehand drive. And I said, you know, he's got the underspin, but he can also just kind of come over there almost with a bit of a conti for it. And I think that's something he should really look at developing, kind of going forwards, because it's a real future on the doubles court, to be honest, I think.
Worth drawing attention to Ewan McIntosh, who went 15 in Group 1 Group 2 at County the other year with Jake Fernley, who is one of the top Scottish domestic doubles players, and he very similarly uses that kind of chopper grip return a lot, either to kind of push over and bunt the ball with quite a flat strike, or just open the strings and guide that lob. Typically plays on the ad side, but
I was actually talking with Cameron about that earlier on, about he may look to, if he's going to do that more, it's an easier return on the ad side. Also, you're taking on backhand returns. The backhand volley at the net. 85% of the time you are when you're playing righties, and also, you know, it's easy to guide that one towards the trams.
Yeah, easier to chip from the centre of the court than the outside, certainly.
But like what he's doing a good job on here is, because he's establishing that lob down the line, he's putting the service partner, can't see what I mean?
That's a great bunt, that's the return we're talking about right there.
But if you were looking at the move, if you were looking at Callum's footwork, Callum was almost anticipating the lob again, almost half covering it. So that didn't even really go cross court, that's gone right through the middle of the court because he has the volley almost already anticipating the lob. He's created that space because of what he's been doing earlier.
Yeah, offline in the back of his head, he's thinking about what's gone before and how many times he's been chip lobbed, and that creates the space.
Which was an absolutely beauty. That's a coach's return, isn't it? That's just the coach.
Absolutely.
Getting a Conti forehand cross court, more pressure.
Great point. Makes him play.
Yeah. But you know. You'd have to say right now, though, the lads, they said they've got to play more as a kind of a unit. Do you know what I mean? And they're kind of playing to a little strategy. They almost accepted the fact prior to the match that the other lads have more firepower, do you know what I mean? And stuff like that. And they've gone out there to try and frustrate and to try and...
Yeah, they've got a really joined up approach to how they want to tackle this tennis match. Callum and Hamish maybe looking a little bit like they're playing individual service games and hoping for a break at some point. That one of them catches fire and makes a few returns.
100%. There we go. Making them work again. You know. There we go, making them work. I mean, mean, it's excellent tennis. It's excellent tennis.
It's
And that started off a 40-foot up in the air lob off a 120-mile-an-hour serve. Just made them work. Now, if Hamish takes that out the air as an overhead or nails a drive volley where you can accept that because it'd be an outrageous shot.
But yeah, that's the only really way for him to not end up in a neutral position
Exactly.
there is to take on it what is a massive risk at 40-all.
Exactly.
And that 40-all situation created by the number of balls they're making them play.
Yeah. And now we've got the second serve because he went for the freebie. Yeah.
Return cross. And cross, he's going to go for it, he's going to look for this.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Patrick unable to beat Callum McGeoch at the net there. I would have been interested to see the move from Cam Fryer if he'd managed to find the feet of Hamish Stewart.
And you just say at some point here, does Cameron have a word with Pat and just say, maybe you toss a couple up in the air because Pat obviously fancies his forehand a little bit more. But look at the success that we've had on the right court.
Yeah, nobody wants to be hitting a smash break point down, pedalling back in the drizzly weather.
You've still got a lot of enthusiasm coming from, on the ad side. Callum still feels free to make moves and stuff like that as he did there. On the juice side, a lot less because Cameron's got him stuck in the mud to a degree. Yeah, see what I mean?
Yeah. And that not even a particularly good,
a
particularly good lob.
Exactly. But it's made Hamish play a hell of a shot to win the point.
Yeah.
You can swallow that.
Yeah, running across out to the backhand drive, cross court for a winner.
Yeah, a juice under pressure. The third or fourth juice of the game. Yeah, you can swallow that. They are squeezing them. They're making the lads have to think. They're making the lads have to do things.
You're starting to see that coming through in the return stats. So at the tail end of the last set, Fryer and Young were down at 23% of receiving points won. They're now up at 32%. Yeah. McGeoch and Stewart at that point in time were on 23% receiving points won.
There it is.
And there's a lob.
Getting the points. He's in.
It's a good approach.
But another good game. You could look at that and think, we've had chances in 2 games, now we're going to hit more. No, they're making the lads have to work. The lads are starting to try and hit bigger first serves. They're missing more first serves. They're going to start hitting more second serves. You're going to keep getting looks.
Yeah, absolutely. You're seeing the impact they're having. What I was just saying there is the receiving points won really trending up for Fryer and Young, but not really moving for McGeoch and Stewart yet on the stats board.
I think what you're seeing here is what you do see in men's doubles across all the levels, and obviously this is a really high standard. But at the very highest level, what you quite often see is in a game of doubles, you can have two. It's not always the best tennis players on the court that have the success. It's the best doubles players on the court, the people who have a system and a plan that they're going to stick to. You said before, they're having a joined up approach. Like I said, there's probably a bit more firepower down the near end here. But the lads down the other end of the court, by playing together, and working as a team, are more than giving a good account of themselves at the moment.
Yeah, and I think you see that quite often at the pro level when some of the singles players do team up and come into the doubles events. They do have success, no doubt about it, but they're often beaten by the end of the tournament by a better doubles team.
Who are not necessarily better tennis players, better hitters of a tennis ball and stuff like that.
No, absolutely. Exactly, They would struggle on a singles court. They would struggle at that level.
And these singles players now are playing 10 to 15 events a year as well. It's not like they're novices. It's not like they're not getting experience and they're just doing it back in the day when they used to maybe just play 1 or 2 tournaments a year. A lot of these guys, these top 15, top 20, top 50 guys, they're playing 15 events a year.
Yeah, you saw that fantastic story at Wimbledon just last week with Helio Vara and Patton managing to overcome Thompson and Purcell. Thompson and Purcell obviously far more accomplished singles players than... Wow, what a return finish. Far more accomplished singles players than Patton and Helio Vara, but with that kind of doubles nous and the expertise of making them play in the biggest moments, we're able to secure a Grand Slam title against 2 probably better ball strikers on the whole.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Purcell was an interesting case in the sense that he did play doubles full time for a couple of years and then decided to throw himself back into singles. Obviously, Wimbledon champion in doubles a couple of years ago. But yeah, that's why I think the potential for doubles in the near future is higher than ever because there is so many singles players playing it again. Bringing eyeballs to it, but also bringing the level up. And I think you see that as well within doubles. You see doubles players now starting to pick up some things some adaptations that singles players have brought into it. Obviously not today on the court this quick, but we are seeing a little bit more serving and staying back now in men's doubles that we never used to see, even from the top doubles players.
Yeah, and the drive volley perhaps coming in a bit more as well,
That's
which is
huge.
something that you've kind of seen guys like Federer bring to the singles court over the last 20 years, but now transitioning into the doubles court where
Huge
players are chipping the return and then it's getting drive volleyed.
Yeah. Look at that. Yeah.
And again, you're really seeing the impact of the lob there. I mean,
exactly.
A great strike from Callum on the return, but gets no reward from the volley of Fryer. It's actually the two lobs that create the problem for Fryer there.
Exactly, and if that ball's being slapped into the bottom of the net, the point's over, and it's definitely not getting missed. And that's, you apply tension to tennis matches. You apply decision making to set points. You apply decision making. Sometimes you've got to give your opponent an opportunity to miss. Great point.
Great point in second serve. Hamish striking a winner with his backhand the last time. Where are you going
cross.
here? Down T?
It depends what's going on with Cameron. I'd like to see Cameron move, if I'm being honest. Yeah, there you go. Whoa. Yeah, very good move. I didn't fancy it if they'd stayed and played conventionally there, because I thought Hamish was going to sit on it and drive across, no matter what. Yeah, which is what he did. It was really, second serve again. Like I said, young pair. So second serve, break point. After dominating the early exchanges in the first set, for them to call a switch on the second serve. I love seeing that from doubles players. Quite often, what you see, even at the high level, you'll see a lot of movement. People moving around like the red arrows on first serves, but on second serves, quite static, quite predictable. Leaving that second serve.
And almost counterintuitive, that, isn't it? Because you're probably only winning 50% of second serve points on a good day anyway. So there is a little bit more margin there to take a bit of a risk. Whereas on the first serve, players looking to win 80% of points behind that first serve. So every point you lose on the first serve, it has a real value to it. Whereas in the second serve, you're going to get more mistakes. They're going to catch a few anyway.
Yeah, and to be honest, I've analysed the data. Some of the top players that do move a lot on second serve, they are up into the 60s and the high 60%. They can get into the 60% on second serve returns because you're just giving them something to watch. Because second serve returning does get so predictable, people can just lean on it and go big and heavy cross. Big few points this. I mean, that is a first volley. He had a lot of court to cover because it was a wide serve. Cam did the right thing and shaded over and covered a big chunk of the line, and that left a lot of court for Pat to cover. But I mean, really impressed with the volleying out of those two boys today.
Yeah, they've been good, and it's definitely one of their strengths. I mean, I've played against both of them a number of times, and you know that they're good around the net. Yeah. This isn't a one-off performance. Yeah. This is their bread and butter. Is playing those kind of volleys.
I mean, that's a good game of tennis. Another good game of tennis. They've done well to get out of that. So again, with more of the local knowledge, who would normally be would the lads this end be expected to win this match normally? Would they be the favourites?
Yeah, I think so. Although, I mean, Cam Fryer put on a fantastic performance in the Scottish Cup final recently and pushed top 150 doubles player Scott Duncan to 3 sets and won his other 2 matches. Cam's got some really good wins this season. Pat's singles form has been pretty poor recently, but doubles form still picking up good results in the West League. I would anticipate this side winning, but certainly the far side probably better doubles players than they are singles players, and would be going into this believing that they've got a good chance of winning.
Yeah, like I said, I spent a little 10 minutes with them before. Actually, they came and asked me a couple of things, so I just a little chat with them.
But I think Cam Fryer, that's one thing that stands out about him as a tennis player. He really wants to get better. He is asking, he is looking.
It was Cameron who came and asked me, and he just like a little sponge. And to be honest, he's gone on and done a lot. He's gone on and attempted a lot of the things that we talked about.
Yeah, I noticed him speaking with Mark Openshaw, head coach here, in depth about his match with Hamish Stewart and getting his thoughts on it yesterday. And yeah, I think Cam really keen to learn, really keen to improve his level. Yeah,
very impressed with him as a young tennis player. Not so much on court, but the whole package.
Pat Young too, enthusiastic player and keen to improve his level. Also a university scholar at Stirling University and trains a lot. And he's recently made some changes to his serve, which I think helped him today.
I mean, it's copy and paste. I mean, it's copy and paste.
Yeah, same point.
You know,
Chip lob
yeah,
into the rally, and then see what happens from there.
Push the ball line, and they get forwards and put pressure on. And again, I think, you know, obviously I sat outside for the first set, and it rained all the way through it. But I don't know whether the quality of this match, considering the conditions, the balls are heavy. You know, I mean, it's been excellent. Wasn't your ball. Yep. Making them work.
Yeah, fairly comfortable on the board at the moment for McGeoch and Hamish Stewart, but they've had to play a lot of shots to win those 3 points this game.
Yeah. Very impressive. So again, like what you just going on what you just said there, Dan. You know, the 40-30 up, but they've already played about 13 shots already in this game, which is a lot. It's you know, across your 5 points. And again, no matter what goes on in this game, those lads down the other end of the court know they're squeezing this match. They are squeezing this match.
Yeah, it's all about creating that feeling, isn't it?
Yeah.
So not just losing in 1 or 2 shots where the serve doesn't come back or the volley gets stuck away on the first touch. It's can you make them play 3 balls? Can you make them play 4 balls?
Especially when you're playing 2 big servers who are used to not having to work that hard. They are used to those easy service games, you know, those easy points. There you go. Pass joined in now. Unlucky. Still a good result. Even that return that's gone out there, that's still now that he started doing that, that's going to create more space for him with his returns through the middle now.
Yeah, it just doesn't allow Hamish to squeeze quite as tight.
Exactly.
He's going to start to think about whether he wants to cover that lob or cover the middle of the court. It's hard to do both well. Hamish is a tall player, good athlete, but that will create space somewhere.
Which will start to create space for Pat for those returns, which earlier on he didn't have, you know, when Callum was able to come across on Hamish's serve, wasn't he, and take the ball through the middle. Yeah. And that's the thing, you're doing things now, not just so it works in the moment, but so you can actually capitalise on it, you know, games down the road.
Yeah, well, that's what we're looking for really, is a single break, isn't it? So it's creating pressure so that 3 or 4 of those points go your way in a row, and suddenly you've got the break. It's not necessarily winning that individual game at 2-all to get to 3-2. It's about creating a situation maybe further down the line at 4-all, at 5-all. When there's a bit more pressure on, and maybe you get a 3 point as well as those long rallies that you're managing to get into and win some of.
So they haven't had the best start in the last few games. Well, there you go.
That's the best to start there, though.
Yes, absolutely. Off the camera there, Dan.
Second serve and eye formation, do you like that?
Yeah, I do. Because otherwise, people are just already make. What you don't want, you want to keep the return aggressive. For me, if we go straight to convention now on second serve, you'd almost tell them cross court's available. It's a lot more difficult to cover the middle from conventional spots. So at least from you still make them think, are they going to move? Are they going to do this? There's still something else to watch other than just the ball, which is obviously coming at you slower now. Well, no, more often than not.
Tries to go for the chip lob.
Yeah, and that often happens. But as we were talking about it earlier on, I've had some really good players who we've discussed using the chip lob a bit more, and they feel they can just go to it without actually working on it. It's not a shot you can kind of just start to play. You quite often see it if one side of the net is having a bit of success with it, the other team will start maybe trying to employ it, but they don't work on it as much.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's almost assumed that it's easy, isn't it? But it's actually
technically not a tough shot.
Yeah, but it's a skill to have the feel and to be able to time it off the serve.
Calibrating it, just the distance.
Yeah,
it's not a shot used to hitting.
100%, and certainly that was something that Callum McGinn and myself struggled with a little bit yesterday. Was it's a shot that personally I quite like going to, but against that speed of serve and against Hamish and Callum, I didn't have the feel to be able to get that over their head. Patrick and Cameron doing a much better job of that, Cameron in particular, at taking the speed out of that serve, but not so much that it allows the player to smash on top of the net and getting it over the partner.
A little bit slow on his feet for the first time.
Yeah, it was a bit slow there, wasn't it?
Yeah, a bit sluggish, yeah.
A bit slippy underfoot. He is in the hard court shoes or the all court shoes, which won't help him. Maybe should have opted for grass courts given how greasy it is out there.
Bit of unnecessary bit of shit. This says going down a tee. No?
That's not been called, but might have been well wide.
Yeah, you know something as well, just slight difference in the body language today. I watched the singles match between Cameron and Hamish yesterday. Slight difference in the body language today. It's like, I know he played the match tight, but I thought it was kind of just out there, you know, not obviously trying his best and trying to
happy-go-lucky though?
Yeah, but there wasn't actually belief that he could actually, for me, the way his body language out there today, it's like he feels he's the main man out there, do you know what I mean? Like he's the, you know, yeah, and I really...
Yeah, and so far he has been. He's been the best player on the court in my opinion.
Yeah. I said that there, sorry. But no, absolutely. And just a bit of a difference. It's almost in belief.
Yeah, he's frustrated with that miss, but you know, he's thinking he should have lifted it. I think that's
because he's been putting a high volume in. Maybe he was feeling he's the best player on the court there. That's why he's going for the big hit. No.
Not a terrible idea, because he has created space with that lob. So to do it occasionally, not a problem. We'll now see if he reverts to that chip here to try and get into this game.
Yeah. That's the first time that the lads down the far end this set I've got through the first couple of points, so me having to play 3 shots. Yeah, and actually being up in the score. So there we go.
Back to basics with a chip,
but still the same space that we were talking about earlier on. Yeah, good point. It's a good point. Yeah, probably possibly stayed through the middle edge.
Yeah, he needed to find the inside volley there, didn't he?
Yeah. He just wanted to ask that question there of the forehand volley, potentially from Callum, or the backhand volley. You know, he made that an easy ball for an easy decision rather for him. But he's created so much space through the middle of the court now. You could see just with that punt return point before, you know. And again, I'm not saying this will, but if this match does end up in a tie-break, the set does end up in a tie-break.
Good move.
Yeah.
A little bit high on the return there.
Yeah, and again, he is quite predictable cross court there. But again, backhand body, where else? There's only one place that ball's getting driven on the courts this fast. With that little time.
Such a small window of contact point to get it down the line at the ball there, or at the space that Callum left behind in that case.
Interesting game this for the returning team, because that's their easiest hold so far this set. That's their first really comfortable hold for me this set.
It certainly breaks up the momentum a little bit. Yeah. You felt like even though the scoreboard not showing it, that the momentum was firmly in the hands of Fryer and Young, and that might stall it just slightly.
No.
Can I get black lemonade?
Yeah, he did great, didn't he? Yeah.
Interesting move there, because I don't know whether that was called, because both the lads ended up on the same side of the net. I think Cameron just decided to have a go there, and his move actually pushed Callum's return further out wide.
Yeah, the movement in the net does have that impact, doesn't it? You do not need to even touch the ball. Sometimes it's just that little bit of, oh, maybe I need to do more with this, and then they pull it wide. Fryer having to play dodgeball there with a massive strike from Hamish Stewart.
Yep.
Good hands, that. Simple stuff.
I think
Makes it look easy.
Yeah, I think he's really impressive at the front of the court. Really impressive. He's minimalistic. He doesn't do a lot with the racket at all. He just, very simple. He's a big lad, isn't he? He's a big, strong lad. So he's clearly done some good work up at the front of the court.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought, I'm not really analyzing it the way you would see.
Would have been nice to see that go in, but not this time.
Twice there, Hamish has found that little backhand steer up the line. Yeah.
And that's what we're talking about. Now it feels like the momentum might be slightly sitting with Stewart and McGeoch here.
Yeah. The balls are getting a bit older, but that's 3 returns now. That's 3 returns.
First serve would be nice here for the lads down the far side. Hamish will be hoping to catch hold of it though.
Yeah. Definitely forced that serve a little bit. Yeah, well long.
Yeah, and do you think he would have been better off just kind of trying to make something high percentage there and get the first serve in the court?
Oh, always, because now he's sitting on the second serve. But, I really like what Cameron did again there. Actually, look, he postured like he was there. You know, I thought he was going to move there. I thought he was going to move. You know, he postured definitely towards that. Hamish has found a couple of returns down the line in this game already. Hasn't been able to put Pat in trouble, and then he just came back at the last minute. You know, did that make Hamish try to do too much with the return? Who knows? But slower second serve. It's a hell of I mean, that's a hell of a pickup. It is.
That's got to be Cam's ball right there.
Well, I think Cam nibbled at it. Whether or not he could get it, I don't know. You know, it looked like he covered the line a touch, which he shouldn't be covering the trams. He should be giving the trams up. But for him to have a little wave at it and not play it, and for Patrick to play that pick up with so much composure.
Great job.
Yeah, it was a great pick up. You know.
And lands the first serve and sneaks out of trouble.
He's done a good job. Really good job.
And that's the match tied up at 72 points apiece.
Good.
4 games all in this set. Fryer and Young taking the first set. McGeoch and Hamish having now won 2 more points this set than Fryer and Young, but not enough to get a break yet.
That was always going back up. Callum didn't posture like he was going to do anything else there, other than he didn't get behind the ball. He was always throwing that ball back up in the air.
Yeah,
you've got to read that a little bit.
Yeah, Fryer and Young maybe not quite picking up on the cues from the body there from Geek.
Yeah, he was never in a position to drive that. It was always going back up in the air. But again, Cameron creating so much real estate for himself through the middle of the court now, just by that return for the rest of the game. Can they get it back to?
What? Body and left. Serve's been called by the umpire, but I believe that Patrick and Cameron have conceded that point. Wasn't a particularly good call from the chair.
What are your thoughts on that? Conceding the point.
Well, the situation's changed slightly. They did have a service line judge earlier. They don't currently have a service line judge, so it is hard. These guys all know each other really well. They play each other week in, week out. I think in this situation I can understand. I know that Fryer and Hamish yesterday in the singles match had agreed prior to the match that they would overrule calls and play when they thought that calls were replay the point when they thought the calls were bad. Other matches this week have not done that. They've just gone with the lines judges and the umpires. I think it's personal preference. as long as it flows both ways, what you don't want to see now is Cal McGeoch and Hamish Stewart then taking a point when there's a clear mistake from the umpires. And that's wide.
It's got to go. Just heavy through the middle.
That's wide, but also maybe not called again?
Yeah, it was called.
Was it called?
Down the far end.
Owen Roy.
Yeah, not missing that.
Catching all of that, but
bit of a loose game this, you know, they had a real chance on top in the first point. Again on top in this point, on top in that, heavily on top in that point. It's could look a lot different right now.
Yeah, and that'll take the pressure off these guys a little bit. Another very, very convincing hold.
Score-wise, yeah, but you know, really there should have been a couple of points the other way there, really, for me.
Balls played, balls in play certainly, especially on the juice side from Cam Fryer, making them play with a lob, difficult shots, but yeah, certainly would rather be holding to love than holding it juice.
Yeah.
You got it?
What a volley that was.
Not easy, got ball height of the net, didn't it, that one, and he's managed to still put it in an aggressive position. Back going right, serve going T. Sorry, incorrect for me. Maybe
I just saw it the way you saw it as well.
I think that might have been is that maybe a no from Cam Fryer to the left move, and then.
Yeah. It's in.
Wide.
It's called it. It's been called.
Oh, umpire thinks good. I thought wide.
You've got to replay it though because it was called early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty convinced it was good. Doesn't matter. Point will be replayed anyway.
Yeah.
Body and Pat going right.
So probably good. Did he go body? Was that forehand body there? Was it?
Yeah. Backhand body was the call, but I think forehand body ended up being the serve. So for anybody watching in, when they go in the regular formation, they'll typically use their finger to point the direction of the serve. And then they'll either close their fist for stay and open their palm for cross. And then sometimes you'll see them move their hand, which means that they're either going to kind of fake or just look for the ball out the centre of the court, depending on the pairing and what they've decided that signal means. When they go into the more central I formation, typically they'll point the direction of the serve first, and then they'll follow up with the direction of the server's partner's move. So quite hard for you probably to pick out on the screen, but if you can pick that out, that's typically what those signals will mean. You might also see some signalling on the return of serve, especially in the second serve if the returner's partner moves to the net. And again, it'll be similar signals. It'll be direction of return first, and then whether the player's going to stay or cross on the second signal.
Hasn't missed many of them today.
Yeah, skid off the line a little bit there. Bit of a dead bounce.
some point.
Yeah, make them play through your 4 smashes.
Particularly off the back foot as well. The first 3 were off the back foot.
A couple of difficult ones in there, wasn't there? Well dealt with by McGeoch and Stewart.
Yeah, they didn't give them the opportunity to get the ball back down at their feet. They made them have to stay and defend, you know, keep defending. But again, making them work again, which is possibly could have done with a couple of points like that from Pat on the break points earlier on. You know, make them have to play those same shots when they're under the pressure of a break point rather than being 15 level. Here we go.
Again, more always that smash a little bit too easy for a player of Stuart's level there. But again, making them play more balls.
And that will, you know, again, they've got at least one more service, they've got another service hold ahead of them, but if they can get through that, it takes it into a tie break. I do think some of that work can really open up some holes, come a potential tie break.
Yeah, a lot of work for McGeoch and Stewart here to try and find the break, and certainly with the way that these guys have been returning and getting a volume of returns in play, should produce some chances if they manage to get into a tie break.
Yeah.
They're looking pretty wet out there now, aren't they? Been working pretty hard, sweating, but it's also been not the nicest day. The umbrella's out in front of us.
Yeah, I think if you've watched this on, you know, if you've watched this online, you won't actually get a feel for how difficult the conditions are out there, and that's because of the quality of the guys who play. The quality of the tennis from the guys has been really high.
Solid start, serve, and then a ball 3 put away.
Yeah.
Simple stuff.
Big forehand body return winner from Hamish there. Really just muscled that one up the line.
He's always going to catch a few. They've had good success with that serve.
Yeah, he really muscled that one. It wasn't the cleanest.
I don't believe this is McGeoch's favourite side, actually. He doesn't like returning on this side. Usually we play on the ad side. Typically playing for Giffnock. I'm not sure, given the status of Hamish as a professional player that's going out and play on the circuit, and he probably usually plays on the ad side as well if he's decided to opt to give Hamish that opportunity to play on his usual side. Given he'll probably want more reps over on that end of the court. But you can see why Callum doesn't usually play that side, because it does open up that backhand body return, whereas his backhand cross return and backhand line return, I think of a bit of a higher quality out that ad corner.
Yeah.
It's maybe where he could lean on that chip return though, isn't it, really? Where he could be just
Absolutely,
bunt
yeah.
the lob over Cam or Pat's
He's played it
head.
once or twice and he's played them successfully. Yeah. First time he's really been flat-footed at net. Yeah. That was kind of he just stuck his arm out for the first time instead of taking the step with it. Yeah. I think at this point I'd like to see another tie-break.
And we will see another tie break.
There we go. Game on. That's it.
Late to the party.
It'll be interesting, and secondly, sometimes he likes to try and still have a strike.
We opening to start.
keep making people play balls. Ball 7.
Do you think there's any merit in serving to the Fryer backhand? Obviously, it's a stronger wing, but it gets a more conventional return. Maybe more likely to strike it, and in these conditions, maybe make more mistakes. Or
yeah, absolutely. I think there's a bit of a. I think the number on him is though is the word on him is to serve to the forehand, isn't it? And
absolutely,
they've just done it religiously. Oh, that's not.
That's not a great call. That.
Yeah, that's not a great call. That, yeah, I thought that was. I think they're saying it was a let. Yeah. We got second serve here again. Yeah.
And fair play from Hamish and Callum there, giving the let. Doesn't look like it was called by anyone.
Yeah.
Callum giving them a thumbs up. Appreciative of it.
Yeah. I mean, that is a great first volley. Yeah, he was kind of left. You don't really want to play forehand volleys coming in as a first volley there. Normally you'd be expecting your partner to take that, so for him to play it.
Yeah, no, you don't want that inside volley on the first volley.
Yeah.
Often hard to get it past the returner's partner if they're proactive, but Cam doing a great job of that.
I think that was an excellent volley. Yeah, that's not an easy volley to play from that side. You're not expecting to play it. And also there's been a lot going on in that point. You know, question the call, question net call.
Yeah, really composed.
Yeah. I think Pat's got to work hard to take that up the air.
That hit the service line.
Yeah. He's got to work hard to take that up the air. Yeah. If the second that bounced, it was always going to be a horrible ball because of the miss hit. Yeah, it's got to be taken up the air. That.
Probably harder as well on the backhand that Fryer opts for. A different player might went round on the forehand, might have been an easier shot that way.
He tried to smother it, didn't he? Okay, we've got a second serve here.
Body, maybe having a look.
Yeah, he's going to have a nibble, isn't he? Oh, we've got a double fault.
He's not hit many of those today. He hit quite a few of those against myself and Callum yesterday, so I'm surprised that his second serve quality and percentage has been both so high today. Well, not really that surprising given the level of player that Hamish is. Could be an expensive one there though. And more volume, another return in play.
Yeah, he had a bit more space, didn't he, to go cross with that, yeah. But good point, this. And that's something these lads have done well today as well. They played a point at a time. In the main, they've really been able to play point after point after point.
Yeah, they're not too far ahead of themselves from what I've seen so far. Taking the speed out of that well, hasn't he? Fryer and Young with a 4-2 lead at the moment. Young serving. Pat Young, as we were talking about earlier, has made some technical changes to his serve over the last six weeks or so. Working with Jed Alexander, trying a few things out. Coach at Merkston Castle School. Looks like it's been effective for him. Hasn't really looked like getting broken today, other than maybe one or two chances. Quick hands from Fryer there, but not quite quick enough. Hamish managing to see the point off.
Important point.
Yeah, different story at 3-4 than 2-5,
so
isn't it?
Looks like this might be going up in the air. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Okay.
Turn cross, Cam to cross.
Banking on Hamish saying still. Which he didn't. I mean, there was a lot of space. That was an early move. And that kick save as well. That, with the heavy balls that kind of hung around for a bit, so he had a bit of an opportunity to see what was going on there. That's sometimes what I don't like about the calling on the second serve. Sometimes on the second serve, you do have the option to kind of see what's going on a little bit more than on first.
Sometimes you just want to let that decision emerge rather than kind of dictating it.
Yeah. A bit of pressure now.
Does help the returner's partner out though, knowing, doesn't it?
It does, but at the same time, you know, there was an ocean to go through there, and it's almost like, oh, I've got to go.
I've said I'm going cross. Yeah. Right, back on serve, 4-5.
I mean, that's an outstanding volley. That's the way he's played it. He's took the pace out of that.
Spectacular first volley.
Yeah. But he made it look comfortable. He made it look routine.
Yeah,
he really did.
that might have looked easy on the screen to people watching, but that was not an easy volley, and it was an even better finish than.
Massive point.
Somebody's going to have a set point.
Yeah. I mean, he has to be his go-to. He said that half a dozen times today. Yeah.
Brings up match point.
So we go. So.
Hamish Stewart double faulted to this side earlier in the tiebreak, did he not?
He's coughing it up. I think. Yeah, I think stay both back. I think he's throwing this ball up in the air and making them work.
Both back in a lob here, surely.
I'm sure.
In the rain.
I'm sure I just saw Cameron gesture to him throw it up. Yeah,
and
there you
go. That's good as well.
There's your chance. There you go.
Game, set, and match.
And there you go. There's your chip lob for you.
Yeah, I mean that was the real difference there, wasn't it? The slice chip lob was really the shot of the match, and that was what defined.
I thought both tiebreaks were kind of very similar to the way the sets were played out. Just a little bit more, a few more balls in play. Not so much the spectacular tennis from the lads that won the match, but more just working together as a team, trying to make their opponents work as often as they could. Yeah, a lot of the bigger, more spectacular stuff off return definitely came from Hamish and Callum.
Yeah, I think Pat and Cam can both be proud of that performance. I think player of the match, surely Cam Fryer, with the number of turns in play.
I was really impressed with them. Really impressed with them. Very impressed with all four of the lads in those conditions. I mean, that was a really good game of tennis. But
yeah, fantastic standard, really, considering the court surface and the conditions.
You know, Cameron Fryer, that was a great performance. It really was. You know, a few tweaks here and there. There's definitely, there's a big future for that kid ahead of him on the doubles court, definitely.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I can definitely see that.
I mean, the body language, he comes alive, even the body language, like we talked about earlier on, the difference on the doubles court to what we saw on the singles court yesterday against the same opponent. Yeah, it's very different. I thought he looked like he was the main man out there, so very good. Cheers, Dan.
Thanks very much, Ant, and cheers to everyone who's joined us on the streams this week at the Giffnock Open. Been some fantastic tennis on show. Congratulations to all our champions, both in the Junior Open last week and the Senior Open this week. Best of luck to all the players that will be heading on to County Week next week, and we hope